Hello, everybody, and welcome to the .NET Conf Student Zone. I'm here with Julia. Julia, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure, Katie. Hi, everyone. My name is Julia. I'm Julia Muiruri. I also work alongside Katie. I'm a cloud advocate here at Microsoft, and I'm really excited to see what we have in store for today's conference.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm on the .NET community team here at Microsoft, and I'm super excited to be with all of you today to learn a little bit more about .NET, build some cool projects, and just learn from the experts. So before we dive into anything, I just wanted to ask, Julia, what are you most excited to learn today?
Let's see. So based on the outline I saw, I had a chance to have a sneak peek. I actually realized that for anyone without any .NET experience, you can actually learn something totally new today. So particularly, I spotted a session on game development. I haven't done anything on game development, so I'm really excited to see how that kind of looks like. And yeah, I think that's the session I'm looking forward to the most. What about you?
Yeah, I'm stoked for our game development sessions. We actually have 3 of them today, but I think the one that I'm most interested in are going to be maybe the artificial intelligent ones. I know there's a lot of buzz about AI right now, so I'm excited to learn how I can build my own AI apps. I
Yeah,
also want to remind everyone that this is going to be fully recorded, so if you need to tune in or hop out at any point, feel free to do that, and you can check out the recording after the event.
awesome.
All right. Well, we just gave a sneak peek of those sessions, so maybe we can actually get into what these sessions are today. So first off, we're going to have a really cool AI session where Kinfei and Luis are going to be building their own course assistant with AI. So super excited for that. If you're a student, I'm sure you're going to be very excited for that one. What's next?
Yeah, I see the next track is web development. So for web developers in the room, this will definitely be exciting for you. We'll learn a little bit about how you can create your own APIs using minimal API, and of course, the switch combination with SPA. So if you want to just build your single page applications, definitely stay tuned for that amazing session with Aaron Powell. Let's see what we have on the third track.
So the third track is all about mobile development with .NET MAUI. And we have 2 awesome speakers who are going to be showing you all about MAUI and how you can get started building both mobile and desktop applications. So super excited for Maddie and Becky to take us through that one. All right, and what do we have next?
Oh, my personal favorite. So track 4, game development. And I see we have so many sessions on this track. So first off, we'll have an amazing session, games in Godot. So we'll definitely get to learn about this amazing and really cool game development engine. And then we have another interesting session from Eric on .NET Backend Mastery for game development. And then another session that will definitely blow your mind, that is coding a drone using .NET and ChatGPT AI. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how that will be. So in terms of all the tracks, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing right now, and I hope you all get to enjoy this conference.
Yeah, me too, Julia. I think it's going to be an awesome action-packed day, and we're really learning from a lot of different areas. So you're going to walk away with a bunch of different projects under your belt. So I really wanted to introduce how we can get started and how you can follow along at home with this code. So we do have a repository for the event. So I'm going to show you what that looks like.
Cool.
All right, so here's that event repository. So we're in the .NET Conf Student Zone repo. As you can see here, we do have last year's content. So if you get done building this year's and you want more to learn, you can totally check that out. When it comes to actually using this code, I also want to point out that this is Codespaces friendly. So if you just want to build in the browser, go ahead and click this code button, click Codespaces, and you're up and ready to go. So since we're in 2023, I'm going to click on that folder. And this is where you're going to find all of our tracks and all of the session code for those tracks. So for example, if I wanted to check out a web session, I could go in, could take a look at the Web APIs folder. Maybe I want to code along with Aaron. And here, Aaron's given us some information. So he's given us a little bit about what we're going to need for the session, some prereqs, and also some notes on the starter project. So I promised code. This is where you're going to find it. You can find both the code that Aaron's going to start with at the beginning of his session, as well as the code that he's going to have by the end of his session. So once he's totally done with his project, you can go in and check out his code here. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Katie, I really love that we can all come back after this conference and just play around with the code. So it doesn't, if you miss anything during the conference, you can always come back and find all the resources and just play around with the resources afterwards. So I really, really love the resources that we have for this year's conference.
Yeah, I totally agree. Before we go any further though, Julia, I think we should probably introduce a little bit about what .NET is. I know a lot of people watching may be totally new to this technology. So what are we starting with? What is kind of the thing that we often say .NET is?
Yeah, so .NET is basically a developer platform, which is open source. So if you're looking to immerse yourself in this developer world and you're thinking, hey, where can I get started? So we have this platform that combines of different libraries, different tools, different languages that you can use to simply just build up your developer solutions. And I know that's not all, Katie. So is there anything else you can add about what .NET is?
Yeah, exactly. I know Julia did an awesome job of just giving a quick overview. And I think platform is a little bit tricky of a word to get your head around. So the way I like to describe it is that .NET is really a toolkit for building apps. So Julia gave a quick overview of what that means. But when we're talking about a toolkit in this case, it's really a bunch of things. So when you're using .NET, you can use multiple languages. So today you're going to see a lot of C#. And we have a bunch of resources to learn C# that we'll talk about later. Today, we're also going to be using some different tools and IDEs. So in particular, you're going to be seeing Visual Studio Code, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, but also Visual Studio Community, which is totally free. And it's like a supercharged Visual Studio Code. You can also run .NET anywhere, Windows, Linux, Mac OS, whatever you prefer. And like Julia mentioned, we have some libraries, we have some extra tools, NuGet packages, and other resources that you can pull in to your projects to just make them extra powerful and ensure that you're not writing a lot of unnecessary code that's already been created.
Amazing.
So that's pretty cool. But Julia, what are some of the things that we can build with .NET?
Yeah, I think I really love this part about .NET. That if you're building any application to run across any single platform that you think of, so if you want to build your web applications, you want to build applications that will run on your desktop device, applications for your mobile device, we'll also see a bunch of gaming sessions where we get to build amazing and cool games using .NET, and even using .NET to build IoT and AI solutions. So think of it being a cross-platform technology that you can use to build out applications that can run across all the different devices. So I think this is really, really mind-blowing about the platform, and I hope you all get to enjoy what you learned today.
Exactly. We tried to pull in as many projects as we could for this event. We're hitting a lot of these areas. But even if you're interested in an area that we don't hit today, let's say IoT, let's say desktop, we do have some other resources for you after the event to learn these as well. So two that I really quickly wanted to spotlight here. If you're totally new to .NET and totally new to C#, we do have a certification that you can take. This is actually a free Code Camp certification that's entirely free, globally available, and very thorough. So I'm going to quickly show that off just so you can get started if you're interested. So I'm here on the free Code Camp website, and I'm on our foundational C# certification with Microsoft page. So I just want to point out that this course has quite a lot of content. It has about 30 hours of content really to take you from beginner to that foundational level of knowledge. And at the end of the day, you can take the exam, earn your certification, and put it on LinkedIn or show it off wherever you want. Julia, do you have any certifications of your own?
Well, I have a few, but I have none on C# yet. So I'm really looking forward to this opportunity. And if I had you right, you did say that this is available for free. Is that correct?
Exactly. It's totally free. You can follow the link that's right there. I know Julia will. I know I've done it before. Check it out. We super recommend it. And the other thing I wanted to quickly show was the beginner video series. So like I mentioned, if you're interested in IoT or another area that we're not covering today, you can take a look at those and get a pretty comprehensive course, all with videos to teach you those subjects. Well, we have a lot of awesome content for you all today, but it doesn't end there. We actually have 3 more days of awesome stuff.
Yeah, Katie. So I'm really excited and I look forward to seeing all of you from tomorrow all the way to November 16th. And I'm really excited to see all the content that will be shared. We'll have an extension of the amazing presentations you see today. So definitely stay tuned, add this to your calendar, and also share this with a friend to ensure that we all enjoy this learning experience together. So I think, Katie, with that, we can wrap up today's presentation, and then we can get right into what we have in store for today's presentation with the first presenter coming up live.
Sounds great. Yeah, we have a lot of content coming up. So it's time for Julia and I to step back and let our presenters take it from here.
All right. Thank you. Have fun, everyone.
All right. Have fun, everyone.
All right. Hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Student Zone at .NET Conf. We're so excited that you're joining us here today. We've got a lot of really fun sessions to get you kickstarted with .NET Conf. And then, once .NET Conf starts, you're going to actually get to see a lot of awesome sessions happening then as well. So Kinfei and myself, we're here to talk to you about AI. You may have heard a thing or two about that. And so we're super excited to help you get started with AI. And hopefully show you something useful here that's going to help you with your studies. So we're going to be building our own course assistant using AI. But before we do, I just want to take some time to introduce ourselves here. So I am Luis Quintanilla, and I am a senior product manager working in .NET and focusing on the areas of AI, right? So that's going to encompass a lot of different products here. And just at the end of the day, is ensuring that, developers are really productive building these types of AI applications using .NET. I'm based out of the New York City area. And yeah, whenever I'm not coding, I'm probably hiking one of the trails and just having fun. So Kinfei, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Kinfei. I'm Microsoft Cloud Advocate. I focus on AI and data. This time, I'm very happy to join the Student Zone. I love .NET and use .NET to do more applications. This session, I will introduce some AI solutions using Azure OpenAI and semantic kernel to create the easy applications to chat with some machine learning knowledge.
Awesome. All right. Let me just jump right in. So a quick overview of some agenda items and things that we're going to be going over today. The introduction, we kind of got through that already. So it's nice to check things off. Then we're going to jump into prerequisites, just some things that you should be aware of or things that you might need to help get you started as you go and try to build this solution yourself. We're going to do a really quick primer on AI, not go too deep because actually we're going to be talking about a lot of the concepts and showing them off as part of the demo. We're going to introduce what we're going to be building here, how we're going to go about building this course assistant using AI. And then, last but not least, which is probably what you're here for, you're going to get to see some code, you're going to get to see a demo and see how tangible this is and how easy it is to get started. So with that, some prerequisites and things that you're going to need to get started. First and foremost, a GitHub account, right? And the reason for this is number one, because you're going to be able to access some of the resources that we're going to be showing you here today. But most importantly, as you're going to see when it comes to setting up your environment with GitHub Codespaces, which we'll talk about a little bit later, it becomes super easy for you to get started with very little to no setup on your end. And then one of the other things that you're going to need is access to, whether that's Azure AI, Azure OpenAI service, or OpenAI in general. You're going to need to have access to that in order to tap into the models that we're going to be using here today. So really quickly, let's just start off with some terminology. You may have heard different sort of concepts out there being thrown out, like AI, machine learning, generative AI, LLMs. All these terms are just, flying around. And so you might be, wondering like, okay, well, what's the difference? Are they the same thing? What's going on here? And so let's start off with AI. And AI is sort of the big umbrella that all of this really sits under, right? And you can kind of think of AI as this, way, these agents or these systems, right, that are performing actions that humans would normally perform. And so to give you a pretty good example of this, let's think about your spam filter, or maybe, filtering email that's coming into your inbox into separate folders. Now, typically, the way that usually works is you go into your email client of choice, like Outlook or, any email client of choice, and you start to set up some rules. You say, well, if this, for example, if this email is coming from a particular sender, or if it has a subject, this particular subject, I want you to organize it and categorize it into, this folder, or do something with it, right? And now, once you set up that rule and as to how to categorize your email client automatically handles that organization and categorization of those emails for you, right? And so again, that's something that you would normally manually do, but now it's being automated by this, by your email client or by this system. And so in a sense, that's AI, right? And so in that case, though, you were the one for each of the actions that you wanted to take place. You are defining what the rules are, right? And so that works really well for these sort of, smaller scale scenarios, or if you only have a few rules or a few things that you want to define, right? But as you start to sort of scale out and you have all these different things that you need to consider, and the rules, those things that you're using, those rules that you're using to make those selections start to get a little bit more complex. That's when sort of this rules-based type of systems, right, start to hit some of their limitations. And that's sort of where machine learning comes in. So with machine learning, instead of you setting the rules, right, you use data, could be historical data, right? And then you apply algorithms to that data in order to learn what the patterns and what those rules are. So instead of you defining the rule, it's using data and algorithms are being used here to learn what those rules are. And then once you've trained a model, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later, at that point, you just then use that model on new data to perform the task that you trained this model to do. A layer below that is deep learning. And so deep learning is just different. It's still machine learning. You're still using data. You're still using algorithms, but you're using a specific set of algorithm known as a neural network. Okay. And then the last layer of generative AI, that's typically a set of deep learning algorithms, typically using transformer-based architectures. And what these generative AI models do is they allow you to generate or create new content. So we're going to be showing a few examples here, and you're going to see it as part of our demo. But it could be things like, given a prompt or a description, it can generate an image, or it can create a summary of some piece of text for you, can translate text, right? So it's generating new content using these generative AI models. The ones that are text-based are typically known as large language models, right, or LLMs. And so that's part of this generative AI sort of umbrella here. So with some terminology out of the way, you've been hearing me say model a whole lot. And so what exactly is a model? Well, you can think of a model as sort of this, opaque box here, right? That, again, we took some algorithms, we took some data, we mixed them around. And once we learned what the patterns in our data were, we end up with a model, which represents the patterns, again, that the data that I have exhibits, right? And so I can train a model for a variety of tasks. And once a model has been trained, all you do is you pass it in data, right? And this could be text, this could be images, this could be audio. You pass it to your model. Your model uses the patterns that it's learned and applies the algorithms, right, that it uses to learn that data. it runs it through the model, and then out comes some other set of data, right? And that could be text, that could be images, that could be audio, right? Whatever it is that you train your model to do, that's exactly what the inputs are going to be coming in. The model's going to process them, and then it's going to output them to whatever the expected outputs are. And so just to give you a little bit more concrete, as we're talking about OpenAI set of models, right? We have a variety of them, and you can see them sort of listed here. And so the GPT portion of these models, they typically accept text, and then they output text. And then things that you can do with them are things like, you can, again, generate summaries, you can sort of summarize text, you can answer questions, you can translate text. There's a lot of really, so if the mapping is from text to text, chances are that a GPT-based model could handle those workloads. And then embeddings, we're going to talk a little bit about that later. But you can think of embeddings as a way to represent unstructured data like text, like images, right, as a float array. You're going to see a little bit more as to where this becomes useful. But for right now, let's just focus on the fact that embeddings are models themselves as well. And they take in text inputs and they generate an embedding vector, which it looks like a float array. Okay. You have DALL-E, which, again, given a prompt or a description, it generates an image, right? And so you have models like Whisper, which they take an audio. You can think of a podcast, or maybe if you're in school and you record your lectures, right, your audio lectures, you can run that through Whisper and pass the audio as input. And what's going to come out is going to be text, right? So the transcript of that audio, you can sort of process and generate text using the Whisper model. Okay, so let's get into the fun stuff of what we're actually going to be building during this session. So one of the things, many moons ago, I too was in school, believe it or not, and one of the things that I think would have been super helpful if it was around and AI was at the stage that it is today, it would have been really nice if I had a sort of assistant that can help me study, right? So usually if you want to study, or if you have questions about the course material, or maybe you didn't really understand something, right? Typically you might go to maybe a course assistant, you might maybe even go to one of your peers, like you might want to find some way of augmenting or clarifying some of the knowledge that has been captured throughout your courses. Right? Unfortunately, back then, back in my day, that wasn't a thing. Or if there was something like that, it was like really hard and expensive to set up. But with AI and some of the generative AI capabilities that models like GPT, right, provide you, it's getting easier to do that. And models like Whisper and all that, right, it's becoming a lot easier. And so as we set out to build this course assistant using AI, at the end of the day, we tried to keep it super simple, right? And so really the main application here is this course assistant that you see in the middle. And this course assistant is a .NET console application, right? And all that this application does, as you'll see in a minute, is it takes in your user input. It uses some of the models, right? That are there, right? So we're going to be using some of the embedding models. We're going to be using some of the ChatGPT set of models, or the GPT set of models, and that's going to drive the intelligence or the AI behind of our application, right? And we're also going to be using data to help our models answer questions and help us with sort of parsing through the content that's coming from various sources. So in this case, we have some lecture notes that are hosted on GitHub, and we also have transcripts from videos, right? So you can imagine that in your class, your lectures are recorded, and so you have transcripts that are available to you, right? And so all of this data, we're going to parse through it, and we're going to put this inside of a data store, right? We want to make sure that we get this into a data store so that later on, the models can actually use that data to help us answer questions, again, that are relevant to the courses and the topics that were being covered in our course. All right. A little bit of a side note here, but if you, for example, in this case, we already had the transcript, so YouTube already provides transcript for you, so that was, a relatively easy task. But if you recall earlier, I mentioned how there are models like Whisper that can take audio and convert it into text. So you might imagine that, for example, maybe your lectures are not on YouTube and they might be somewhere else, right? And so in those cases, you might be able to use models like Whisper to help you generate these transcripts. And a lot of this would pretty much look the same. Okay, so we have the data store, and that's what's going to be holding the content for our nodes and for our transcripts. The data store itself, it's actually a vector store, which we're going to talk a little bit about, again, what embeddings and vectors are a little bit later on. But it is a vector store, right? We're using the GPT set of models. And the thing that's actually bringing or helping you compose all of these different pieces of your AI application is semantic kernel, right? And so that's really what's driving a lot of these interactions. And typically the workflow is whenever a user asks a question to the .NET Course Assistant application, it first goes out and retrieves relevant data to the query, right? So that's the retrieve portion that you're seeing here. Once it retrieves the relevant data, it augments the information that's being passed into the model. So not only am I asking my question to the model, but I'm also giving it the data that was retrieved, right? And so once I have the data retrieved plus my query, the model uses that information to generate an answer, and that's what gets returned back to the user. And so this pattern is typically known as retrieval augmented generation, right? Because of the retrieve, augment, and generate components of this pattern. So really quickly, before we jump into the demo, I just wanted to do a quick overview of what semantic kernel is. So semantic kernel it's an open source SDK, which you can use in .NET. And again, one of the things that it does is there's tons of different, vector stores, models, like there's all these different sort of components that are out there that can help you build applications. And it's up to you, depending on your scenario, which ones you're going to choose, right? However, one of the challenges with that is that now you have to go learn an API for each of those providers, right? And so what semantic kernel tries to do is it tries to provide that abstraction layer, right? That's going to make it simpler. So you learn the semantic kernel set of APIs, and then you're going to basically simplify that integration piece of getting the AI components into your application. It simplifies that integration, right, into both, whether it's a new application, existing application. Again, because you can use this in .NET, right? Really, it doesn't really matter as long as you're using a .NET application. And so you can see to the side here a brief illustration of what semantic kernel is doing. So using these connectors, right, it's able to tap into the components like the models, like the OpenAI models I was just talking about. It can tap into memory or the data stores and vector stores that I was just talking to. Now, we're not really going to get to it, a whole lot in this talk, though there is some components that we're going to be showing here, but also plugins, right? And plugins, they're a way for you to interact with external systems and carry out sort of tasks that the model was not originally able or trained to perform, right? So these plugins enable the model to carry out additional activities beyond what it was trained to do. Okay. So with that, I think it's time. Kenfei, would you say should just jump into the code?
Yeah. Yes.
Awesome. Real quick, before we sort of jump into the code, one of the things that I want to call out here is that by the time that you're watching this session, chances are that semantic kernel is currently in beta state, so the code is moving quite fast. And so it may be possible that some of the things that we're showing you here may change between now and then. But we're going to make sure here that that this is up to date and that you get the latest bits. And so you're off to the races here and can get going right away. So with that in mind, Kenfei, you want to take it away?
Yes. Hi everyone. I will introduce this sample. The first thing, maybe the data is very important. I know, just like Louis said, we need to prepare some data from YouTube transcription and some logs. And this time, maybe our first step is import the semantic kernel in the notebook. .NET Interactive notebook is very good for us to do some machine learning jobs and some write some prototype. And at this time, we will have the .NET Interactive notebook here. If you open the GitHub repo, you can choose the code and use the code space to do this workshop. I think Talkspace is very good for you to finish this sample. When you open the Talkspace, you can see the environment all set here. And then we can see that the first thing is the import semantic kernel library. The first library is the semantic kernel library. The second library is the some memory. This here I use the vector DB is the Cogent. Cogent is the vector DB for you to do some embedding jobs to some large language model. This time, if you finish you to import semantic kernel, you can set some using some library, some semantic kernel library, and some relative about our system library here, and then we need to use the kernel to set the runtime. What is the kernel? The kernel is from semantic kernel. You can configure multiple settings that are necessary to run both native and semantic functions. You can set some OpenAI OpenAI services combined with semantic kernel and some template engine and log and plugin work together. Here you can see that we need to set the Azure OpenAI endpoint key and embedding deployment and track deployment and some Cogent hosts here.
Yeah, so these are running .NET code, right? These notebooks.
Yeah. Why the notebook is low?
Okay.
The low. Yeah.
Sorry, what were these called? Are these Polyglot? Did you say?
Plugin here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that part where you were launching into code spaces. You're running this IPYNB data prep IPYNB file.
IPYNB file. Yeah.
Yep.
Here.
But this is running .NET code, right?
Yeah. .NET code is
okay.
Yes. This is .NET code. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So if you wanted to sort of do something similar, then I think what folks might want to check out here is the Polyglot Notebooks extension, right, inside of Visual Studio, if they want to run these types of notebooks.
Yeah. This is the notebook is in the Visual Studio code. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And then, but did you have to set anything up, or was that automatically set up for you with the dev container?
Container.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. So here is where inside of your definition, this dev container JSON file, you said, I want the .NET Interactive VS Code extension. And so that's how you're able to sort of view and run these notebook files, Polyglot notebooks files, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so if I understand correctly, if we go back to the kernel, so it sounds to me like the kernel, that is kind of like the starting point for all of this, right? Is that sort of like the main engine that's driving semantic kernel, or did I understand that wrong as far as to what the kernel is?
Yes, the kernel is the main engine here. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And so with Azure Chat Completion Service, that's one of the things that you mentioned was one of the connectors, right? So
yes.
Okay. And then in this case, this Azure Chat Completion, it's essentially setting up the chat completion service for Azure OpenAI. Is that correct?
Yeah. This is for Azure OpenAI. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. With the connectors, right? Like, so with the connectors, you're able to essentially, in this case, it's specific to Azure. But if you wanted to use some other connector, you would this is the place where you would replace that and change it, right?
Yes. I can change this. Yes.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Nice. Okay. Awesome. And so I interrupted you here, but we were talking about plugins, and I think you started showing this escapeprompt.txt file. So do you want to kind of take it from there and just tell us a little bit more about what this escape prompt, first of all, what the plugins, what are the components of the plugin, and then talk a little bit more about this escape prompt file here?
Yeah. Escape prompt.
Yep. And so the plugins, there's a plugin directory here, right? If I'm seeing correctly. And so right now you're currently in the answer plugin.
Oh,
Right.
no. Sorry, here.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so you're in the notes plugin now, in this file plugin and specifically notes. Okay, and so I'm seeing some patterns here. So I'm seeing that there's a config.json and there's this skprompt.txt file. So what is the purpose of this skprompt.txt file?
Actual prompt is here
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and
Got
here.
it. Yeah. Okay.
This is the two prompt. The nodes for the nodes. I think this is the full content to understanding and to write some summarize here. The transcript because the transcript data is very interesting. Is it can get the intro program and some knowledge here or set a different AI and ML. So I use two methods to write the prompt. The first, the nodes prompt is for the full content. The second prompt is the focus some knowledge and the knowledge title and some contents to separate some contents here.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay, and so this is, if we take a step back here, going back to these text files that you just showed. So that's the raw data, right? The way you just showed us, the transcripts, the for example, introduction, the history of ML and techniques of ML. That's the raw data, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the prompt, right? This prompt file that we have here, this is what's being sent over to the model as input. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And so the prompt is essentially just, that's what's going to be telling the model what it should do. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, and so when you're building these plugins, you have this skprompt.txt file. And so that's what's defining the prompt. That's going to be provided as input into the model. And in this case, for example, for transcripts or for notes, you're just basically saying, this is how I want you to format my data, given some raw, text, formatted this way, and then that's kind of what we're instructing and providing guidance to the model as to what it needs to do when it generates the outputs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you're getting the input raw text. The prompt is sort of guiding the model to generate some output. The output that gets generated is some JSON format, right? And then that's what you're then putting into these vector DBs, into the vector DB in this case. Okay, all right. So let's go from sort of there. Okay, so now we were looking at, I think we're up at the plugin section. So maybe now that we have a better sense of, what are the plugins, what are the components to it, what are they doing, or at least the ones that we saw here for transcripts and notes. Let's go back to the plugins section here and just let's keep going from there. Yeah, so I think that this is where we left off, right? So here you're bringing in the files from that plugin directory that we just saw. And then in this case, this is specifically the plugins we're looking at are the file and the answer plugin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. And then so what happens next? Once we've sort of imported these plugins, we know what they're supposed to do. What happens next?
Input your plugin and the last is the here. Because we have some files and transcript files, and to run the file and read and finish the runs async file plugin. Yeah, here.
Okay, right. And so this is going to generate. If we can expand, can you go to the submission? Scroll up a little bit here.
Yes.
Can we take a look at what any of those submission, that KB list? One of the elements. So let's scroll down just a little bit to the next cell. Scroll down to the next cell. Keep going. The next cell. Okay, right there. So if you were to expand, you see how there's a little drop down here? What do these submission items look like? Okay. And so these are objects. So this is what the JSON that you said, okay, so it's taking my raw transcript, my raw notes, and now it's converting them to this JSON format. These objects, KB objects, this is what that looks like, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. So this is the thing that now was output by the model. So here we're seeing that now it's using this memory, it's saying with text embedding generation. So this is another connector that we're seeing here, and specifically for generating text embeddings.
Yes.
And then the with quadrant memory store, that also is another connector. And so this is what is essentially saying, I'm going to be using this connector to generate text embeddings, and I'm going to be using this quadrant memory store as the vector store where I'm going to be storing the data that we just processed above. Okay, so that's how this is set up. So I kind of see how the connectors are playing a role here. But really quickly, if we take a bit of a step back, these embeddings, the embeddings themselves, they're just a flow array of numbers, right? And so they're helping you here be able to determine what content is going to be relevant when you search this collection, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So you've set up now the memory store. You've imported your plugins. You process your data. And so what's next? What are we looking at here in this cell?
Save the data here, and the next is the testing.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And so when we're calling this search async, if we go up just a little bit to that cell in the search async, what are the things that we're passing to it? If we scroll up just a little bit.
Yeah, yes, I use the answer plugin to summarize because it get the some vector to do this. So I need to summarize from my answer plugin here.
I see. Okay, so this is yet another plugin, and this is yet another prompt. Okay, and that's what's instructing the model. But in the search async, really quickly, if we go just above this, okay, yeah, perfect. This is a good example here. So when you're calling search async, you're telling it the name of the memory collection. If you scroll up just a little bit, yeah,
yes,
and then you're okay. So if we stay there, let's go down a little bit. Yeah, right here. So you're giving it the collection name, right, which is that KB collection. And you're also giving it your queries. So can you tell me the difference between AI and ML? And you're telling it to limit one, give you the latest or most relevant result. And then you want the minimum relevant score to be 8. So you want to be the stuff that's closest from the content that you sort of saved into your database. You want to be able to use that data to help you answer the question here. Can you tell me the difference between ML and AI? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And so in the next section here, what you're doing is you're going through each of the search results and summarizing, basically providing sort of your question and then providing a summary of the content to generate this response right here, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty spot on here. And so to do a quick recap of what we went over here, you, in this data prep notebook file, you're running inside of code spaces. You're using polyglot notebooks to run this code interactively, this .NET code interactively. You set up semantic kernel to use sort of the embedding models, right? And have also set up the chat completions. You created some plugins, or you use some plugins here in this case to help you process the data. You save the data into a vector store, into quadrant vector store, right? So using the embedding models, you generate the embedding, save that to a vector store. And then you tested it to make sure that when you ask the question, you were able to retrieve relevant results and display an answer here to help you answer that question based on your data, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, awesome. So, all right, so it seems like this is part of the way there, but it doesn't seem like this is the whole solution. So once you've gone through the process of, getting your data, processing it, saving it into some data store of some sort, what's next?
Next is I will show the plugin. No. I will show the console applications here and tell the student how to move move your application and how to create your application to create the new console projects is here and create a .NET console projects like here to move some code in the notebooks just like at the semantic kernel library and Cogent beta library here package here, and another is to move the plugin here. This is some summer answer plugin here is important, and another is to set the write some code here to set the environment and some embedding code here. Yeah.
See, and so if we scroll up to the top of this, let's go to the beginning where we're configuring semantic kernel and everything.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Let's scroll up to the top here. And so, as I'm looking here, a lot of this already seems familiar. So we are, again, to your point, we are getting the environment variables, right? So that seems very similar to what we're doing in the notebook. And then, okay, so I'm familiar with the kernel. That looks familiar here. And I can see, again, we're using this Azure Chat Completion Service, but it seems like that's the, we're also using the text embedding generation. Okay, right, and using the same, okay. So basically, we're using a lot of the same stuff here that we use in notebooks in terms of connectors for semantic kernel. Okay, so once you've configured semantic kernel, you configure your connectors. What's next in this application?
Connector is finished here, and do some console wide is AI assistant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You write the viral loop because you have many questions and to ask. So I put the put some here to summarize here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this looks, so I'm doing the search async, I'm doing the same thing, except in this case, instead of hard coding the question like we did last time, we're just, passing it in based on the user input, right? But then for the most part, say search async here looks very similar to what we had in a notebook in those tests that we ran. Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. And then for the answer, it's just, again, you just run the text completion piece and pass it in the relevant data, right? That summary that we generate.
Yes.
Okay. So what does this look like when you run it?
Wait.
Okay, I see. So once it got started, you asked it, what is machine learning? Okay. Course in classical machine learning is designed for beginners. So this is giving us, so again, this is pulling the data from those transcripts and those course notes that we looked at earlier, right?
Yes.
I see. Okay, well, what if I asked it something about, I don't know, let's see. Let's ask it something that happened most recently. Let's see. Let's see. Let's ask it about, I don't know, what the weather is in Seattle.
What?
Yeah, what is the weather in Seattle? Okay.
No, because this is just search in the Cogent DB.
Right. So there's no answer. Right. So I think, yeah, and this is exactly kind of what I wanted to show, right? Which is, in this case, you told it you wanted to ask questions about ML and AI, But more importantly,
yes.
you wanted to restrict it to only use the data that's in your database, right?
Yes.
And so now that you told it, like, what's the weather like in Seattle? Well, for one, it doesn't really know what the weather is because, it's not sentient. It can't go out. First of all, it's not in Seattle or anything like that. Maybe the servers are, but so it can't just go outside and tell you the weather or even check the weather, right? A, because it's not part of the database, and B, because it's not connected to some system that can help it learn what the weather is. And so this is what you would expect here because you don't have access to this data, right?
Yeah, but
And so
if you want to ask some question, I can set another things in semantic kernel. It can give you another answer. Just set the weather plugin here, and will detect what your answer belong. It will give you the give you the weather answers. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So if I understand, just to summarize here, you're saying that if I did want to have access to the weather, right, there's some, I would call out to some external system, and I would go through the same process of building a plugin here to go out and fetch the weather. And then this assistant could help answer that question of what is the weather in Seattle.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Awesome. So this is looking really good. Thank you, Kinfei, for showing this. And yeah, so I would definitely encourage folks to try out the solution, go play with the code, go try to make it your own, even try importing your own sort of data and play around with it, see what you get. And, when you're acing those tests, then yeah, we're happy to have helped you with that.
Okay.
Let's just do a quick recap here before we sort of close out here. But let's go over again what we built. So again, we built this .NET, this course assistant application. It's a .NET Core console app. It's using semantic kernel to orchestrate this assistant that, given a set of notes and transcripts that have been processed and stored in a vector store like Quadrant. Again, for the vector stores, you could also use others like Azure Cognitive Search. You could use Milvus and many other sort of vector stores for this, Cosmos DB as well. But we're storing this into a vector store. You are using that data to then provide information to the model that's going to help it answer the user questions. And then the model's then going to generate the response that then gets returned back to the user, like we saw in the console application here. In terms of resources, you can check out the code samples. The link is available there. You can check out the semantic kernel documentation, the Azure OpenAI service documentation, and then in this .NET AI resources, it provides a list of items that you can go ahead and you can check out and just learn a little bit more about the patterns. You can check out different sort of solutions that are out there, right? Let me just kind of pull this up here real quick just to kind of show you some of the resources that we have available there. Let's bring this over. Yeah, so it's going to provide an introduction. This is a really nice blog post that was put together that's going to help you get introduced into the retrieval augmented generation pattern. There's these plugins that sort of ChatGPT has, and this is a sample that shows you how to build one of those. We have a few sort of AI applications that are available here that you can take a look at. If you're getting started with these notebooks, you can check out the OpenAI Cookbook in .NET. So tons and tons of content that you can sort of go through and take a look at on your own time. Now, this is just one of the first few sessions on AI. So let me just kind of bring my slides back here. Can I bring the slides back? So there's a ton of sessions specifically focused on AI happening at .NET Conf. We have, for example, kicking off .NET Loves AI. We have folks like John Maeda and Scott Hanselman that are going to be talking about just this whole AI landscape. Yours truly and Maria Nagaga, we're going to be discussing how you can build intelligent apps with .NET and Azure and kind of walk you through that process. Scott Hunter's going to be talking about how to scale these types of applications when you're working in Azure. Aaron Powell is going to do a dive into what generative AI is and how as a .NET developer, you can get started with these solutions. Ken Fay, we're going to see a lot more of Ken Fay, where he's going to show us how to take something similar to what we've built here, but how can we actually build our own Copilot? If you've been using Copilot inside of Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, Ken Fay's going to show you how you can build your own, right? And then, yeah. Would you like to say a little bit more about that session, Ken Fay?
Yeah. I think many people to use GitHub Copilot, but I think this time we can use Visual Studio Copilot to run by yourself. This is very cool. Sessions, welcome to my session. I hope you can join my session.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know I'll definitely be there, and so I encourage you guys to be there as well. And then last but not least, if you're building for teams, right, meaning that you want to embed these sort of Copilot assistants, AI assistants, right, and you want to do so inside of teams, Aika and John, they're going to kind of walk you through how you can use the toolkit as well as the AI set of libraries in .NET for teams that can help you get started there. With that, there's one last thing I kind of want to show you here, which is this is just one of the many sessions that are going to be happening at the Student Zone at .NET Conf. And so I encourage you to check out this link here, aka.ms/netconf23/student repo. That's going to have all the code from this session, as well as all the other student sessions that are going to be happening. Now, the Student Zone sessions that are happening. Now we've been talking .NET and focusing on .NET, but if you're new to .NET or just in general, you want to get certified in sort of C# and the foundations of C#, make sure to check out this free certification here, aka.ms/C# certification. There is a bunch of .NET beginner videos to help you get started. Now here we just dove right in. We touched briefly on some of the concepts, but these .NET beginner videos are not only going to help you get started with generative AI, but really a lot of the sort of tools and services and things that we have in the .NET ecosystem to help you get started, building AI applications in .NET. And then last but not least, again, the Student Zone, these are just a few set of sessions, but again, the broader .NET Conf, make sure to check out all the Student Zone sessions at .NET Conf, as well as the rest of the sessions. Now, AI is just a part of what's going to be happening at .NET Conf, but you're going to also see a lot of sort of sessions on web development, IoT, all things related web, right? So you're going to see a lot of things at .NET Conf that are super exciting. So whatever it is that you're interested in, you can build it with .NET, and you can check out the latest and greatest over at .NET Conf. So with that, we're going to kind of close out this session. Ken Fay, is there anything else that you wanted to add here?
Yeah. I think we can. I hope you to join the .NET conference to see you in the .NET conference. This is the .NET party because we way more release, more samples, more sessions there. If you want to learn the .NET, I think this is very good conference here there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm excited, especially for AI, but just everything that we're coming out with in .NET 8 and the stuff that we're announcing. So make sure to tune in. Make sure to join us. Ken Fay, thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you all for watching. And we'll catch you next time. See you at .NET Conf.
Okay. See you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that awesome session. We're now entering one of our quick breaks. And while that break is going on, I get to talk to Maddie Epstein, a senior communications manager here, about Imagine Cup. Maddie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks so much. So I'm Maddie Epstein. I'm a senior communications manager here at Microsoft. Really excited to be speaking with you today, Katie, to chat about Imagine Cup.
Awesome. So first question, can you tell us a little bit more about Imagine Cup? Like, what is it?
Absolutely. So Imagine Cup, it's our 22nd year this year doing the competition, and it's a student competition for visionary entrepreneurs building with AI. So if you are passionate about AI and technology and entrepreneurship, this is your chance to unlock your startup's potential and shine on the global stage at Microsoft Build.
Awesome. That sounds so cool, Maddie. What are some of the benefits of participating in Imagine Cup?
There's a lot. So some of the things that you get are access to cutting edge AI technology, including Azure credits and OpenAI credits. You get expert, technical, and entrepreneurial mentorship tailored to your specific startup and your specific needs as a founder. And then prizes and global recognition. So the winning team gets $100,000 and an exclusive mentoring session with Microsoft CEO and Chairman Satya Nadella. And then the 2 runner-up teams each get $50,000. So, and all of those top 3 teams are competing on the global stage at Microsoft Build. So it's an awesome opportunity.
Yeah, that's incredible. I know I definitely would love some of those prizes. That sounds amazing. So for anybody who's watching, how can they get started to participate in the Imagine Cup?
Yeah, so we'll share a slide in a moment with a QR code and things that important deadlines and things. There you go. Perfect. So you can sign up at imaginecup.com and submit your proof of concept by January 24th. And remember that the sooner that you apply, the sooner you can access those benefits and start building. So one other thing you can do from this webpage is you can take our Imagine Cup Cloud Skills Challenge, which will help you learn the essential AI and technical and entrepreneurial skills that you'll need to succeed in the competition. So yeah, go to imaginecup.com to get started, and excited to see you there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Maddie. Everyone, you have a couple minutes left in your break, so definitely check out that QR code or that AKA to learn more about Imagine Cup and apply as soon as possible. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Katie.
Hello everyone, and welcome to today's .NET Conf Student Zone session. We're going to be talking about building with ASP.NET Minimal API and single page applications, or SPAs, and why I think these two tools together are going to make for a perfect match for the kinds of application we can build. My name is Aaron Powell. I'm a principal cloud advocate here at Microsoft in the .NET on Azure team, and I've been doing web development for many years now, and I've had a lot of experience building single page applications in particular, because I spent a lot of time focusing on that kind of JavaScript side of it. But I think that we need to obviously make sure we're building backends, and I think that throughout this session today, we're going to see how well ASP.NET Minimal API will fit together. But like I said, I'm a bit of a front end guy, so I want to start with that, and that's kind of where I want to contextualize the problem space. Like, you're building a front-end web application using kind of the modern JavaScript libraries to build that. So we're going to be building an application with Vite. Vite is a tool for kind of scaffolding and then building an application using kind of whatever JavaScript library you want to use for building UIs. We can be building this with React or Svelte, Vue, or a myriad of other ones that are supported with Vite. Today, we're actually going to be using React just because that's the library that I'm more familiar with and I prefer to build with when I'm building UIs. But you could easily take the patterns and the design that we're covering off in today's session and apply that with a Vue application or anything else, because we're focusing kind of on that single page application and the APIs that are going to support that. Speaking of APIs, for us to be building an application, if we're building a single page application, we're probably going to need to get data from somewhere. Otherwise, we're building just a fully statically rendered web application, and that's sort of outside of what we're covering off today. So we've got Vite that's going to be building out our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and kind of generating those files for us. But then we want that backend service, and this is going to be a .NET application. And like I said, we're going to be using the ASP.NET Minimal API. We'll see how we can build a couple of APIs and then make those available to our client application. And we're going to be doing that over just HTTP. I'm going to just use the Fetch API that's built into browsers, but you could be wrapping this with a library to improve the way that you do HTTP requests and responses, such as like Axios or things like that. But I want to keep this kind of as agnostic of the frameworks that we're using so that you can pick and choose the right tools that are going to be needed for the application that you're building. Speaking of how we're building this application, we're going to be using VS Code. Mostly because I do a bit of front end development here and there, and I find VS Code is just it's the best tooling that I've used for doing front end web development for many years. And I think that if you're coming at this problem space from that kind of web development perspective, you're more likely using VS Code than anything else. And with VS Code, we combine that with the extensibility model that it's got and bring in kind of those extensions that we want when we're building out our application. We can bring in things like Prettier and ESLint so that we have our style guides and we're applying the coding design that we want. We're making sure that we're not introducing things that are going to break the kind of coding standards that we have inside of our application. But I'm then going to combine this with the new C# extension that we've recently released for VS Code. You could also add the C# dev kit to VS Code, and I'm going to be using that inside of my demos just because I like some of the additional features that brings in, but you don't need to use all of those if you don't want to. You can just use the new free open source C# extension. Dev kit just adds a few more things over the top of it that if you're coming from like a Visual Studio experience, you might be looking for. I think, though, that's really enough slides for today because I want this to be a very hands-on activity so that you can build an application. And that's what we're going to tackle into next. If you want to follow along live, or live as the recording could be, you can jump onto the GitHub repo at aka.ms/netconf23/student repo. And then inside of that, you'll find the 2023 folder and then the folder to this particular application that we're building. You'll find there both the starter version and a finished version. So if you just want to jump to the end and see the completed application, you can do that. But obviously, I'm going to start with the starter kit and we're going to be building from there. I said, that's enough slides. Let's jump over to VS Code. So here I am in the starter project that I've set up. And I've gone ahead and scaffolded out a few things that we're going to be needing here. mostly so that we don't have to watch like an npm install, npm create, and .NET new and a few things like that. I have a front-end folder, and this is our Vite application that's been scaffolded up for us. This is building with React, as I said before, and I'm also going to be using React with TypeScript. So I've got like a TS config. So it's going to be bring that type safety that I like as a .NET developer to the front-end application that we're building. But otherwise, it is a standard Vite scaffolded application with React, and I've added 2 additional npm packages. Fluent UI's React components. So Fluent UI is a UI framework for building applications that we use here at Microsoft, and it's open source. You can use it in your own projects. Mostly because I'm not a web designer. I can build web UIs, but I can't make them look pretty. So I wanted something that's going to give me a bit of a hand in that regards. So I've brought in the Fluent UI for that one. And I've also brought in Day.js because we're going to do some date formatting in the application that we're building. The other folder of major importance here is the minimal API folder. And this is going to be our backend for our application. This is a ASP.NET minimal API application that I've just scaffolded out with .NET new from the command line. The only additional thing that I've added here is this data folder, and I've brought in a JSON file, which is going to be the data set that we're building for our application. So what I've got here is I've got the sessions export from .NET Conf that's going to be happening in a couple of days' time, because we're going to be building a web experience of over the .NET Conf agenda, allowing us to pick and choose which sessions that we want to kind of track and kind of add to a watch list, so that maybe we're not going to be able to catch them live, and we want to be able to find them later on and know which ones that we tagged as the ones that we're most interested in and come back and watch those easily. So that's what we're going to be building. And to save having to set up a database or anything like that, we've just got a JSON file that we're going to be working with here. We're going to be doing some write operations as well, and we're going to write that to a JSON file, again, just to save having to add a database. But there's no additional dependencies that we're adding to this application. So like I said, this is just a C# project that's been scaffolded up, and we're not going to bring in any new NuGet packages or things like that. Now, the other folders that I've got in here are just to make it a bit easier to work with inside of VS Code. So I've got a .vs Code folder where I've defined our debugging experience. So we can launch the front end and the back end application, or we can launch the full stack debugging experience, which is going to start both front and back end servers at the same time. And we'll connect those together, and we can do a single unified debugging experience. I've also included a dev container definition. So dev containers are a way that we can define a development environment that uses Docker or a container orchestrator as the manner for doing that. This means that if you want to open this in a GitHub code space, it's going to pre-install all the dependencies that you need, such as .NET 8, which we're going to be using for our application here. I also am installing .NET 7 just in case I have any extensions in VS Code that are going to still rely on that, because at the time of recording, .NET 8 is still in preview. So some of the extensions, such as the C# extension and C# dev kit, are not necessarily designed to work with .NET 8. They'll work together, and that'll be resolved when .NET 8 is officially released. I've also added to this that we're going to install Node, because I'm going to need Node in here to run our front-end application. And then finally, installing a couple of extensions into this. I said you can open this in a GitHub code space, and it's going to pre-install those, or you can open this using the VS Code remote extensions, and that will then pre-configure your development environment with all these dependencies. Otherwise, you just need to make sure you have those things installed, and you'll be good to go with our application. All right, so let's just have a look what happens if we start our debugger. So I'm just going to open the command palette and say debug full stack. We're going to run like the whole application. We're going to start everything up. All right, so here we go. It's going to start up the server. So we're going to end up with 2 servers running. And let's just pop this to the side. We'll put VS Code on here. So we have our backend server is running at HTTP localhost 5181. And if we have a look in the program.cs file, we'll see that we have one API at the /API route, or we have one route, which is /API. Let's just test that. We'll see, we got hello world. Let's zoom that in a little bit. There we go. So there is our backend. Like our backend's up and running. But we also have our front end running here at port 5173. We'll load that one up, just zoom that in too. And you'll see that this is just, like I said, it's scaffolded out React application. But we're not going to be using that. We're going to kind of start everything from scratch, or at least delete some of this boilerplate code, and we're going to build up from there. So let's just stop off our debugger experience because we're not going to need that just for the moment. And let's start with the HTTP endpoint that's going to return the sessions to our browser. So I'm going to create a string, and we'll call this the session path. That will be the path to data. Whoops, got my keyboard in it is there. There we go, /data/session eyes.json. All right, so that's the location where our files are on disk. Oh, sorry, that session eyes data is on disk. And then we're going to do a HTTP map get, an app.map get. So I've got GitHub Copilot running, and you'll see that, well, I reckon that code pretty much looks like what we want. If we see, let's just push this over a couple of lines. So we're using system.text.json. If I add that using statement and get rid of our red squiggly, there we go. So we're going to be deserializing the sessions into a type called session. Well, I actually don't have a type called session at the moment. I haven't written that type yet. And if we go into the sessionize JSON, let's just have a look at kind of what is the structure that we're going to need. Well, clearly this is an array because .NET Conf is over 3 days. So we've got an array of days, or array of days where our sessionize data is within. And inside of that, we've got things like group ID and group name. And then we've got the session, an array of sessions, and sessions then has a whole bunch of properties. And then one of those properties is an array of speakers. Okay, we've got a couple of different types that we're going to need to have here. I'm going to do a little trick here and make it very easy for me to scaffold out all of these types. So let's just copy and paste that. We only need one of the sessions here, so I've just deleted the others for the moment. I'm going to come into GitHub Copilot chat here, clear off this, and we're going to say generate C# types from the following JSON. We'll pop in that JSON, and let's see, will it generate me some types? Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, that's pretty much the types that I'm going to be needing. Oops. It looks like it's triggered some kind of a filter response on that. So I'm going to suggest that, to follow its suggestion, we're going to downvote that. And instead, let's ask it to generate with the properties as properties having the first character uppercase. I noticed that if we have a look at these, it's like ID with lowercase I, name with a lowercase n. That's not really C# coding standards. So I need to re-execute this prompt. And to do that, I'm just going to give it some more information, try and fix that prompt, fix the result that we're going to get out of there. So let's kick that off again and see if it's going to generate me there. Well, that's generating me some better responses here. We'll see that we get our capitalized values as expected, and excellent. We didn't trigger off the an error path or anything within GitHub Copilot, so fantastic. Let's create a new file inside of here, and we'll add we'll go models.sessionize.c# and come back to Copilot here. Let's copy all of that in. We'll just close the sidebar down, add a namespace, which will be minimal API models, and then we'll paste all of these in. Okay, so I'm going to pull these out to separate files just because I don't like having one file that contains everything. Let's just pull all of these out. Whoops. We'll just use, I'm doing Control Dot. That's what's bringing up this little menu, or you can click that light bulb that's there. Move that to a new file. Just to illustrate, so if I click that light bulb, move to a new file, and then last but not least, we'll go session, across to a new file. All right, give it a moment. There we go. We've found that we have a list of sessions. Everything's all there. Excellent. That's what we're hoping for. Now we'll come back to our program, and we're not going to return a list of sessions. We want a collection of sessionize, which is that kind of root type there. So we'll just do sessionize, and I'm just going to return that as an array. And we'll see that it's automatically brought in that using statement here. All right, so let's save that and let's just launch the debugger for the backend because we're not building our front end just yet, but we'll start with our backend and see if that's working. So that's all compiling down there. Our debugger is up and running. And let's go to /API/sessions. Whoops, looks like we've hit an error. I have probably spelt the path of that incorrectly. You can tell that this is a live coding demo because I probably spelled something incorrectly. Sessionize, is that it? No, okay, that was all correct by the looks of it. Could not find path. Okay, let me just make sure that I did spell that correctly. Oh, and while we've got this file open, let's just add all the sessions back in. We'll undo that change that we had there. And let's just paste that file name in. Okay. Oh, whoops. I don't need the forward slash on top of that. That was then telling the file system to go to like the very root of our file system, which is clearly not where that's going to be. We'll debug the backend again. And it's up and running. Reload. Ta-da! We've got, well, we're close. We've got 3 groups there that it's identified, but, well, the group IDs are all 0. We don't have group names. We don't have any sessions. So clearly we still don't have something correct. Well, what we're missing here is, well, that kind of translation from JSON to C#. We'll see that group ID is starting with a capital G, whereas if we have a look back at our sessionize JSON file, group ID is a lowercase g. So we need to tell the deserializer to handle that properly. So we'll set some JSON serialization options. We'll just call that serialization options. And then we will get it to, well, Copilot can complete some of this for me. Now, we'll see that it's added some stuff that I don't need, such as write indented, because we're not doing writes. I'm just doing reads at this point. So I'm going to get rid of write indented, and we're going to say case, we'll add the property name case insensitive thing. It's kind of mutually exclusive, I guess, saying camel case and case insensitive, but I'll just put them both in there. Debug the backend again. Oops. Just realized one other thing. I might have created serialization options, but I didn't actually tell the serializer to use them. So let's add that in, and we'll add in the serialization options. All right, now we can start our backend again. See how many tabs I can end up open as it launches each time. There we go. Ta-da! We've got our backend running, and it is returning us all of our data. Excellent. Now we can go ahead and build our UI. Well, actually, before we do that, I just want to talk about the fact that we're reading a file from disk. So this is going to be a pretty quick operation, but I could be reading this out of a database. And in that case, maybe we want to do this as an asynchronous operation rather than a synchronous operation. We don't want to block any other potential incoming requests. Obviously, for a demo application like this, we're not going to have a whole bunch of traffic load, but we can change this instead to make it an async function, async. And then from this, instead of doing read all text, I'm going to extract that out and use a file stream. And we'll call that file stream equals file stream, open the session path. And then we are going to pass in the file stream to here. But instead of deserializing synchronously, we're going to deserialize asynchronously. And then we'll say await on this. So now we've made this a asynchronous operation. Just to demo, we'll debug the backend. So it becomes a non-blocking thing. So like like I said, if we were talking to a database, maybe you want to be pulling it that way. And we'll see that everything is still working exactly as we were expecting, but it just means that we can handle more traffic for our little demo application here. All right, so we built our backend. Our backend's able to service sessions. Let's go ahead and build the UI. So I'm going to come into the app.tsx, and inside of this is, well, the scaffolded out Vite code that we had before. Let's delete this all back because we're not going to need any of that. We'll delete off the set state that we had there, but I'll be using state, so I'm gonna leave that inside of here. Now let's think about what we've got to do from the UI. The first thing we need to do is we need to go and pull the data back, right? But we're going to need to kind of indicate to the user that we're doing an operation. We're going to be fetching out some data. So for this, I want to kind of track a couple of different state transitions that our data fetching could go through. So for that, I'm going to use a TypeScript enum. So I'm going to create an enum called data load state. And inside of this, I want to have, well, I don't like them being uppercase. So I'm going to say not loaded. So initial page state is that we haven't attempted loaded data. And then we're going to have loading. We're fetching our data, loaded. And then lastly, we're going to have, and we'll put in an error state, but we probably won't implement errors. That could be an exercise for you as the viewer. So we're going to go ahead and create our data load state. And look at that. Copilot has added that in for me, and it's set the initial state as not loaded. And then we're going to create some data and set data, and we'll say use state. And that can be an array. But again, like we don't have any types here because well, we generated some C# types, but what about generating some TypeScript types? Well, again, let's come back to Copilot and say generate TypeScript types from the C# types. All right, let's see how is it going to generate. Oh, look at that. We are getting a whole bunch of types there. Let's copy this. We'll come into our application and we'll add a new file. We'll go models.session_eyes.ts. And again, I'm just going to pull these out into separate files just because I like them being in separate files. Move that to there. Move that one to a new file. And last but not least, category item. Now, admittedly, we're not actually going to use a whole bunch of these types, so I could have, kind of written that out myself. But I like having all of it in there because we could expand the application in the future. Now, something I did notice on the on the session item here is that we have an any because we actually don't know what question answer could be. I'm going to delete that because we're not going to use question answer at all. So I'm not going to try and generate a type for it. So we're just going to kind of have that one ignored. Close up my app.ts just while I was trying to close everything down, but that's not correct. I want sessionize array. So that is going to be the type of our data. Great, we're getting underway, but let's just go and start building out the UI. .NET Conf Session Selector, call it that. And now, because we have that data load state, we're going to say, if the data load state is not loaded, let's add a spinner. And it'll bring that spinner in from Fluent UI because, well, I'm not a UI designer, but I can pull in that from a library. And we'll start up we'll start up our whole application. Let's get ready to start actually seeing these changes happen in the UI. I do have it running here, so let's just reload this one. See what our UI now looks like in a moment. Or that tab might have actually timed out because it had been been closed. So excellent. Here we go. We have a spinner, and let's open up the dev tools here at the bottom. See just how cramped we can make the screen is on the recording. But there we go. Okay, so the spinner is there. So if it is not loaded, actually, if it's not loaded or we're loading, we're going to want to show that spinner. Or the data load state equals to data load state of loading. There we go. Okay. So if we're loading or we're not loading, then we're expecting a spinner to be there. Now it's time to get some data. And for this, I'm going to use an effect hook in React. Oops, there we go. And we will put our squiggles in. And I only want this to run on the initial component mounting. So I'm just going to pass in an empty array of dependencies. Okay, so we're going to need to go out to the API and kind of do what GitHub Copilot has just suggested, except it was suggesting for me to do something just with kind of this, the inline like then approach to working with promises. but I'd prefer it to be an asynchronous function. So because an effect has to be synchronous, we'll create a inner function for that called fetch data. And let's see. Oh, look at that. Copilot, again, will just write it all for me. Kind of feels like cheating, although that's not what we want to hit. It's just some random sessionized endpoint. We're going to hit API/sessions. All right. So we are going to pull that all in. And yep, that looks all correct. Fetch data. Let's load that up. Okay, cool. We've attempted to get some sessions. If we have a look at the response, just like we can see that that's come in there. We'll come to the response and we'll see that that doesn't look like JSON, which is what we expected. And we're also getting two of those. Let's one problem at a time. One problem at a time. We've got JSON. We're expecting JSON, but we've got some HTML. Well, why did that happen? And I suppose this is actually where if I had been implementing an error state, we'd probably see that. Why does that happen? Well, we're hitting this endpoint of /API/sessions, but that it thinks is part of our React application here, when realistically it's part of our API application. And that's running on a different HTTP port. So what we need to do is we need to tell our Vite application where to find that. Now we could obviously pass this, set this as like HTTP : and like the path of the port. We could maybe inject that as an environment variable, but then we have two independent deployable units. In the future, if we deploy this maybe to like Azure Static Web Apps, we want to treat that as a single deployed unit. And I want to be able to go /API/ to get to my API. I don't want to have to deal with like calls or anything like that. So thankfully, I can just come into my Vite config, and I'm just going to copy a Vite config that I have pre-prepared, and then talk about what I've done. What we're doing is we are going to be using an environment variable. So we're going to be loading this environment variable here, and then we're going to look for environment.api URL. Otherwise, we're going to fall back to that. Now, I have actually set that environment variable within inside of the launch config. So when I'm loading up the front-end application, it's injecting this environment variable of API_URL, which is the endpoint of our HTTP backend. So now we can just pull that in. We can treat this as a single application. And let's see, that looks like we have got some JSON back. One step closer. The only thing we're missing is the fact that it's calling this endpoint twice. Now, the reason that it's doing that is because I'm running React in strict mode. And strict mode will mount the component and then unmount it, and then mount it again, just to simulate the possibility of state transitions really quickly and allow you to catch potential problems such as this. So what we want to do is when this component is unmounted, like if it was to drop off screen, we want to then get rid of that previous fetch request. We don't need to wait for the response because we're not going to do anything with the data. So what we want to do is we want to abort this fetch request, and we can do that with an abort controller. So let's create an abort controller. And that will be a new abort controller. We will pass the abort controller signal as the signal to our fetch request. And then finally, I'm going to return from this effect a cleanup function. So if this component is unmounted, this return value will be executed of this effect, and it will abort our fetch request. So let's load that up now, and we'll see that the first one now has a red X against it because it was aborted. And we'll see that we didn't actually get any response because we canceled said request. So just a good little tip that if you are running, if you are doing kind of data loads like this, you probably want to make sure that you're not accidentally executing more requests than you need, and using something like an abort controller so that you can cancel requests is a really good idea. All right, so we've got our session data there. It's time to start displaying sessions. So let's go. If the data load, not if it's error. We're not going to worry about error states. If it is loaded, we are then going to return a new component here. And I'm going to create a new component. We'll call it session eyes list. And that is going to take the data, and we'll pass that data in there. So let's come into our tree here, and we're going to create a components/session eyes list.tsx, And let's create that component. Export const sessionize list, and then we'll return a component. Now, I can create a type for this, but we really only have one prop at the moment anyway, so let's just do data, and that will be, what was it, sessionize, and we'll make that like that, and we're going to deconstruct here, so we'll get that data back. Okay, so just, I guess, yeah, let's follow what, I was going to get Copilot to just scaffold me out a basic component, just so we can see if this works. It's not going to work because that is group ID, and we'll just do, say, group name just for the moment. And then we need to import that component into here. Save that. There we go. We're getting out of the way. We're starting to build out a UI. We can do better though from a UI standpoint than just some bullet points like this. We're going to create, I kind of want like some kind of a header you can click on to navigate between the different days. And then as you navigate, we're going to change the sessions that are listed. So we'll delete off our stub code that we got from GitHub Copilot, and I'm going to add a tab list control from Fluent UI. So we'll add our tab list, and inside of this, we can have tabs. Actually, the tabs are going to be made up from mapping through our sessionized data. Now it is called tab, not tablist.item. Again, GitHub Copilot is making, well, it's trying to make assumptions based off of what it thinks the data looks like, but that's not quite what it is going to be. So we'll just give it some help there. So we're going to give it a group ID. We're going to need to, oh, I have just done something. Let's just reset zoom, and then we'll zoom back in again because I pressed a button on my keyboard and things got a little bit freaky. Value, we need to provide a value, which is going to be, do we need a value? I don't know if we need a value yet. Tab, yep. And then we're going to say day, and actually we're going to grab I, and we'll say day, and we'll do, instead of sessionize.title, which doesn't exist, we'll do I plus 1. Okay. And okay, we're missing a value from there. So let's say the value can be the sessionize. Yeah. Let's call it that. Dot group ID. There we go. Okay, let's save that. And I have not got, I've got a closed squiggle there. Oh, I forgot to close the tab list component. There we go. That's what it's unhappy about. But there we go. Nice little heading. We'll see as we hover across them. I'm getting a little underline indicating where we're at. And that's working. Cool. But we don't actually know which day we're on. The value is there, it's tracked. So what I'm going to add is a way that we can, like when we click on that, we can track the value. So we'll add some more state. We'll do the selected day. We'll call it selected day, and we'll do set selected day. And we'll just initialize that with the current, no, not group ID. We'll just put the whole group in there. It's just passing memory references around. So that can be easy. And then the value can be that, and then we'll do selected. So it is, no, I don't, we don't need to change that. Do we, active? No. I'm trying to remember if I needed to set something up, to indicate that this is the current selected tab, but no, that's tracked internally with inside of the tab list component. But yeah, so there we go. Reload that. Okay. Done. And I'm just going to check my notes because, yep, that looks all good. Make sure I am returning this corrected. Oh, I need to specify which is the selected value on the tab list so that we can control this initially on startup. And we're like selected, we're properly controlling this. It'll be selected. It should be selected day, not select day. Selected day. It's because that sounds more grammatically correct. There we go. Okay. Now we're not clicking around because we're not tracking which is the selected day. So what we're going to add is an on-click handler here, and we will then just say set selected day, and we'll pass in the session ID, which is the current selected day. And I accidentally closed the parentheses too soon. All right. There we go. Our tabs are working again, and we're transitioning across days. Now all we've got to do is render out our list of sessions. So for that, I'm going to create a new session list component, and we'll pass through the sessions. That seems good. We'll export const session list, which will just save that as session list.tsx. And then that can have, what do we call that? We call that sessions. And then that will be a sessions array. And from here, we will we'll return something in a moment. Let's just return an empty component while have a bit of a think about what we're going to return. Let's just get our compiler errors all fixed, and all of our JavaScript runtime errors. Return. Oh, it doesn't like that empty component because it needs to have children inside of it. Okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to create an inner component with inside of this. So we can do sessions.map, and then we'll pass through the session, and we'll create a session component that will take the current session. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now, let's create that session component. We'll create a const session, and then that is going to receive those values, and we'll return our open and close React fragment, and then we will just do a div /div, close off that. And then inside of here, we'll have not a date, but we will use a H2 instead of a H1. Okay, let's see. I've got a whole bunch of red squigglies. We've got to figure out what all of these red squigglies are representing. Okay, so we are on session. Something thinks there is something is returning a Boolean. That's interesting. Const session equals that. Return. Oh, hang on a sec. Did I rename that file badly? It thinks it's a TypeScript file, not a TypeScript React component file. So let's fix that. That's probably going to sort out. There we go. Okay, session dot title, session title, session description. Oh, look at that. Fix that up nicely. And then the last thing we're going to add is our list of speakers, which will be session.speakers.join. And then we'll do that. And squiggle. There we go. Oops. Speakers dot map. Map s and s dot name. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now that's looking better. I chuck a divider in between these just so it's clearly indicated where each session break is. There we go. Look at that. Let's click. It's working. We're navigating between tabs. We're seeing different data. It's looking pretty good. That's it's not bad for a good little scaffold up of a UI over our React application there. But we're not quite done yet. We've only done read operations so far. We still need to be able to do some write operations because there's not going to be a session selector if we've got no way to select sessions. So for this, we're going to add we're going to add a button to this page. And when you click on the button, it's going to then allow you to add the session to your watch list, or if you already added it, it will remove it from the watch list. So let's start by adding some button. Actually, I just realized there's one bit of data that's missing here. I don't know when the sessions are actually on. Let's add that one in. We'll add in a P, we'll add in a time element, and then we're going to add in, actually, I'm going to grab our some stuff that I wrote earlier for working with time zones, because that is a little bit more verbose than I feel like typing out at this minute. Not going to need that, and we're not going to need that. Okay, so what we're using is a JavaScript library called Day.js, and then Day.js has a bunch of plugins for working with multiple time zones and stuff like that. So I'm going to bring in localized format, because we're going to localize it to your current time zone, the time zone extension, and then UTC. Created a couple of functions such as format. So the dates that are in the data are in PST, or Pacific Standard Time, which is Redmond time. And then so we're going to format that way, and then we're going to format time, and we're going to allow you to provide in an override for the time zone you want to use. And then adding a local time zone, and we're just using date.js tz guess to try and figure out what time zone you're currently in to then display that out. Now, let's render out all that time data, which is possibly around about that information. So we're going to format date with, hang on a sec. It thinks that's a date. It's actually going to be a string, because we're not deserializing. So let's just make that a string. All right, so starts at, and then we will send that through to format. Oh, whoops. And then we will do hyphen and ends at. And then just to indicate this is PST, I'm going to put a PST line on the end. Okay. So that is that session is 14th November 2023 at 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. PST. That's correct according to the .NET Conf website. But it is, well, it's not really helpful for me. I'm in Sydney. So while I can see that it's PST, what time is that for me? Let's duplicate this chunk of code, and we'll pass in the local time zone. So we're going to pass in the local time zone, and we'll pass that across to our starts at, and then we'll pass that through to the ends at, and then we're going to render that out here, which will be local time zone. Okay, there we go. That is 3 to 4 a.m. Sydney time. Probably not going to get up for it. Now watch the recording of that one, I think. Let's get rid of the Australia prefix. So we'll do a split on slash, and we're going to just take the on the slash, and we're going to just take the second part of that. There we go. So Sydney time, that is going to be 3 to 4 a.m. Excellent. I'm liking the way this UI is working now. But it's enough UI. Let's go back to the backend, and let's build out those additional APIs that we're going to need so that we can read the sessions that you've selected and, well, write selected sessions. So we'll come back into our program.cs, and I'm going to create a new route here. So we're going to do string selections path, and that can go into data/selections. That sounds good. And then we're going to create a, that app.mapget. Again, because we want a HTTP get to get the selections. Actually, I'm going to make it /user selection, just so I know that it's kind of scoped to a user operation. We'll open the file stream for read. We'll then deserialize that. But we're just going to deserialize that as a string, because we'll just store the IDs of the sessions. We don't need to store more information than that. And we'll return the selections. Now, we might not have had any selections yet, so we probably want to check to make sure the file exists. So if the file doesn't exist, we will return, we'll just return an empty array, because that's fine. We don't actually need anything more than that. Oops. Oh, didn't. There we go. So we'll just return an empty array if there isn't one exist. I'm just using, what I'm using here is the C# collection literal syntax. And that's why I'm just doing open and close square brackets to indicate that I'm going to return an array. That's part of C# 13 that is in preview, at least at the time of recording. And then now I need to do a map post. Sure, let's see. What did Copilot generate for me this time? I feel like I'm cheating a little bit here. We will write all to text, that path of that selection file. Yep. Now, we don't need to worry about whether the file exists or not when we're doing the write, because it will generate that file if it doesn't exist already. And we're going to receive an array of strings, which is all the selections. So we're just being really simplistic here. We're just always going to overwrite the existing selection set. Done. All right. Let's restart our server again, because the backend is all completed. We can build out our new UI to work with that. Well, we can, sorry, more accurately, we'll extend our UI to work with that. So we're going to need to add a, we'll say a new hook here. We'll do const selections, and we'll do set selections, and that can be an empty string array. Done. And now we need to get those selections back when we're doing it. So I'm going to do that kind of as part of this effect here. So on the initial load. So instead of doing an await fetch, I want to do these requests at the same time. So I'm going to use promise.all, and then we're going to pass in an array of awaitable operations. So that initial fetch there. Now this is then going to return an array, square bracket closes that, and then parentheses closes that. Now this is going to return an array. So I will use array destructuring to generate that as response. And we'll change this to be, what's that, sessions response, just to make sure it's better indicated of what it's actually doing. Now we'll create a new fetch, fetch to /API/user selections. And we'll also pass in the abort controller, so that like if we abort one, we abort both. And then we will unpack that as selections response. And then that can be, let's rename that one as well. That can be sessions data. And then we will add selections data and then set selections. Alrighty, let's have a look at our debugger here. Reload that. Let's check our fetch. There we go. We'll see that it attempted to load those two initially, but they both got cancelled, and then we've just got back what we wanted. Fantastic. Now we're going to need a way, obviously, to modify those selections, but so I'm going to create a couple of little helper functions that will pass down to our child components. We'll create a new one called add selection, and that will take a session ID, and that can be a string, and then that will just call set selections. And then this time we're going to take the current data, and then we will do a array destructuring of that. So in this case, because the hooks could, because we could click on multiple buttons in quick succession, and the React concurrency engine might not have completed, we're going to just use the callback approach to setting state, so that it will then create a stack of state mutations to execute, rather than just potentially modifying this inside of a closure scope that has that is incorrect. We'll just always use the current. We'll do array destructuring. We'll add that to the array, and then we'll add that session to the end. Now we're going to add a remove selection, and we will just, use an array filter. And again, we're going to use that off the current selections there. Just say filter, and we're going to find all in the current set that aren't matching the session ID. Easy. Let's now pass this one into our session component. We're going to pass through the 3 bits of props. So we'll pass through selections, add selection. Now this is going to have some red squiggles for the moment because we haven't added these props to our component, but we'll do that shortly. Remove selection, remove selection. And I just realized I spelled that incorrectly. Cool. Let's come into our session. Actually, because I'm going to pass this down a couple of times, we'll pass that in there. We'll add that to the session list. And then finally, we'll go to session list, which will pass it through to sessions themselves. So it's going to cascade down a few times, but we'll worry about that. We'll populate that out next. Okay, so we'll have selections, which is going to be a string array. We'll have the add selection, which is going to be a dispatch function. So dispatch is a type that is provided by React. So it's essentially a function that takes a value and returns a void, which is kind of what we defined there. So I'm just going to use that type rather than creating a complex type signature for this. We'll do remove selection, and that will also be a dispatch of string. Okay, let's add these to our child component as our definitions go ahead. We need to import that on our React import statement. Ta-da, there we go. And last thing is to actually grab selections, add selection, and remove selection. There we go. We'll grab these, add that to here, and we'll add that to here. Okay, everything is cascading down nicely. We need to add the button, obviously. First, we need to know, is this selected? So is the current session that we're rendering selected? So is the ID of this session in the array of selected sessions? And then we will say is selected. Oh, did I call it is select? Okay, I've called it is select. We'll create a button component from Fluent UI. And then let's add let's make the appearance. So if it is selected, we're going to make this a secondary button appearance. And then what's to say? Yep, the on click is going to be remove, and then we'll close the button out there. Ooh. Whoops, I tried to create nested buttons. There we go. And then we're going to say remove from watch list. Okay. Oops, got to close my curly bracket, I think. Yep. And then I need to do the same again, which will be adds, and we'll say add to watch list / button, and then close bracket, close squiggle, and we'll see, did I get everything? Looks, it's even appeared. Everything looks great. It's not quite looking how I want. Let's grab in, I'm going to grab in a icon. Fluent UI supports icons, so I'm going to add a little icon onto this one here. There we go. I need to import that component though. There we go. We've added our icon. There we go. How does this look full screen? It's hard up against that. That's not what I want. Let's add some developer styling. So we're going to add style, and we are going to say float right. I'm a developer, and this is how I do CSS. Hey, look, it's still not looking great because it's such a tiny screen, but it looks better on the big screen there. Everything's floated to the right. Maybe put a bit of margin on the bottom of that so that it fits, so it sits down there. Dock that to the right correctly. Let's just say style margin. There we go. Actually, margin bottom. We'll say 10 px. Oh, actually, no, not margin. I want padding bottom. There we go. And did that work? Oh, maybe I do want margin bottom. Margin. Let's see. Is that working? Is that looking better in full screen? No. Pop to the right. Style margin bottom. Did I put that on the right element? Yeah. Let me refer to my notes. Reckons padding bottom should have been needed. Padding bottom. Okay. Anyway, we can make it look prettier later on. That's the functionality. Like, let's make it functional first, and then we'll make it look pretty. Okay. yeah, anyway, that's okay. So now that's done. We've got local state working. So as we click, we can do that. But if I reload the page, we'll lose that session being added to our thing because added to our watch list because, well, I haven't persisted that back to our backend. Lastly, we're going to add a use effect hook here. And this will follow kind of that same pattern as before. We'll do save selections. Excellent. But we're going to need to pass in the selections as a thing here. And then we're going to also have our abort controller. We're going to pass in our abort controller and we'll pass the signal. And then last but not least, we'll return the abort controller. Save that. Excellent. Okay, so let's have a look. Does this work? Yep. Okay, we'll add to watch list. That's looking good. We see we had a selection down here where we sent that up and we don't get any response back from that, so there's no that, but there we go. We've added that one to our watch list. Reload, and it's been removed from the watch list. So close, so close. Okay, let's have a look what's happened here. Added to our watch list. We can see that it's there. Now let's reload the page and we'll have a look. So it's gone. We are doing some call, like we're sending an empty array up. That's not right. Now, well, I mean, it's not what we want, but it's actually what we kind of expect. The reason that that's happening is because we're not telling it when to save selection. We're just, whenever the session array changes, we're going to send that up. So what's happening is that we create an empty array of selections. So we send that up, which then causes the mutation, which then we initially get back that selected list, but we then immediately override it and we rewrite the data. So that's kind of problematic. Instead, what we want to do is if the session, so if we have loaded, then we want to do save selections, just to avoid this kind of race condition that we're hitting. But we're also going to have to add data load state into our use effect hook there. Now, this is not a perfect solution. I will be honest on that. There, like, we can do some improvements in avoiding these race conditions, but from the scale of this kind of an application, this will work quite well. All right, so that reloaded. Yep. Add to watch list. Day 2, we'll add to watch list. And now let's reload and fingers crossed. Yes, we have received that correctly. That is on the watch list. This one's on the watch list, and this one here is not because we hadn't added that one there. Well, that's I think that's not bad for nearly an hour's worth of work. Now, there's obviously more you can do to this application, but we're just about coming to the end of what we've got time for today. An exercise that might be fun for you to continue on with this is inside of our sessionized list here, you could add a new tab. I'm going to say a tab, and then this one will say, not call it all, we'll say selected sessions, and then we'll say, or actually watch list. Call it, yeah, we'll call the value watch list. Should I have a capital L? No, without capital L. Okay. Anyway, but there you go. You could have like the watch list there, and you could have that selected, and then it will only show the sessions that are in your watch list. Now, for doing that, you would have to work out, well, how are you pulling that, working with that JavaScript data and loading up what will essentially be a virtual day, because that day doesn't exist in our current data set. But like I said, could be something. It could be something fun to experiment with in your own time. Like I said, we are coming towards the end of today's session, and just as we wrap up, let me bring up our resources slides and come to the right screen. Thank you for joining me for today's Student Zone session around building with ASP.NET Minimal API and single-page applications. In this case, we use React. You can translate that across to any other front-end UI framework. If you want to check out some of the other sessions we've got on the Student Zone this year, you'll find all their resources at aka.ms/net dotnetconf23/student repo. You'll find their source code and links to their recordings in there. And we also have some other links here that could be some additional learnings if you want to follow on those, such as some C# certification that we released a couple of months ago, some beginner videos around .NET, and obviously check out all the sessions that are happening at .NET Conf this year. You'll find those at aka.ms/.netconf23 /student zone. You'll find other student zone sessions plus the rest of the conference that's happening. My name's Aaron Powell. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
Right. So that was such an amazing presentation, and I hope you all enjoyed that session as much as I did. We now have our next 10-minute break before the next session, but in the meantime, stay tuned as I'll be speaking to my amazing colleague, Rory, all about accessibility. So, Rory, would you want to join us for the show today? There you are.
Hello,
Hi, Rory.
Julia. So excited to be here.
Awesome, amazing. I can't wait to also hear what you have in store for us. So I'm curious about what you would want to show us today. I heard that you want us to talk about accessibility. So how do actually developers check for accessibility within their code?
So there's a very simple way to do that. So I've got a basic HTML page here, and you'll see there that it's already picked up 2 errors over here. You can see there it's got an underlying there that you need a language, and over here it's got no alt tag for the image. And I'm using the X linter. One of our partners, DQ Labs, actually creates an extension called, and if I go into here, the accessibility linter. So you install that, and it'll give you line of sight to some of the problems, and you can just go here and you can say, okay, view problem, and then you can actually go quick fix. Now watch what I'm going to do here with quick fix. You can go quick fix, and this is saying that there's no language for the HTML. And now you can go explain using Copilot, and it's going to go in there and give me a nice explanation of what the X linter is, and also how you can actually fix that issue. It's a little bit more extensive, but so now you can see there is a second part to your question around how you can use Copilot. So let's go Copilot here, fix the accessibility issues in my code. You can actually ask Copilot, here's some of the accessibility issues and how to fix it. And it's going to go through there. There's the alt tag, there's the header and nav. And then finally, at the end of it, you can use one of our other tools. We have something called Accessibility Insights for Web. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to fix those issues there. And I'm going to go lang equals to English. And over here, I'm going to go in and just do alt tag equals to hello. Now, once I've done that, you'll see the X linter hasn't got any issues with it. And I want to open that file. And I'm going to open that file. And I want to just check. I'm going to just hit refresh here with the Accessibility Insights checker. So I've got a little Chrome window here, Accessibility Insights for Web. And I can select that and go fast pass. And that'll be the final little check. And I've got no issues there. So that's really the 3 tools I wanted to show you: the X linter, the Copilot to go in and solve the issues and give you explanations around it, and then finally Accessibility Insights for Web that'll help you identify those issues, visually showcase them, and then also tell you when it's okay to go. So that's everything I wanted to show you. Back to you, Julia.
Awesome. That's really, really great. I really love the chat interface on VS Code. I think that would make my life very interesting as a developer, and also allow.
I want to show you something just briefly before we go. So one of the things that I really battled with, if I go back to Visual Studio Code, is I want to give examples to people to test. And if I go into this file here, okay, so Copilot, please go create some HTML code that has accessibility issues. But Copilot's so good that you have to tell it the file should be intentionally created to demonstrate. Else it'll actually say to you, you're being a bad developer, Rory. You're actually going in and developing bad code. So I can actually go in there if I want to learn accessibility, even ask Copilot to create inaccessible HTML code so I can actually learn about it.
Awesome, awesome. Sounds all fantastic. I actually never knew you could do that. So I'm just curious, one more question to you, Rory, before I let you go. Why is all this important? Why do you think as developers we should have a keen interest for checking on accessibility?
Well, accessibility is not only to cater for and to code for disabilities, it's to code for everyone. So, for example, if you see there, the color contrast will be wrong. It actually goes through there, and I love it. Look, it actually creates low contrast text. But that's not necessary for people who have a disability. That's someone who might be visually impaired, or someone with failing eyesight. So it's not only coding for people with disabilities, it's empowering everyone.
I love that. I love that. So thank you so much, Rory. And I hope the viewers today will actually take a step back and just use all these tips that have been shared today to ensure that your code is actually accessible to everyone, to ensure that you're creating diverse experiences. So again, thank you so much, Rory, for the amazing tips. And if you're tuning in live, our next session will begin shortly. So do stay tuned.
Cheers,
Thanks,
everyone.
Rory.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session. Today, I'm going to run this session about building an intelligent application with Blazor and Azure OpenAI service. My name is Justin from Microsoft as a senior cloud advocate. These are my social media handles, so you can visit my GitHub profile to get my many sample codes. Right. Because this session is all about Blazor, some of you have already get familiar with what the Blazor is, but the rest of you might not be familiar with Blazor. So what is Blazor? It's basically a feature of ASP.NET Web Framework. So with this Blazor, we built a web UI application. The most important thing is that it's written in C#. So Blazor, we use Blazor in C# instead of JavaScript. That sounds very interesting, doesn't it? Because we mostly use JavaScript for the front-end application development. But now we can use C# for both front-end and back-end because of this Blazor. So why should we consider Blazor for our web application development? As I just mentioned earlier, there has already been JavaScript ecosystem for the front-end application development. However, what if your organization has only .NET developers? And you are asked to build a new web application but has limited resources like time or the people to learn a new language such as JavaScript. Because of the Blazor, you are now able to do the full stack development in C#. Right? Blazor started in .NET Core 3, and we are going to release .NET 8, and we are going to use .NET 8 in this session. So Blazor has some remarkable changes in .NET 8. Until .NET 7, we have two modes, which is server mode and client mode. Client mode is also known as WebAssembly. Now, in .NET 8, we have introduced a new one, which is called streaming mode. It's similar to SSR, which stands for server-side rendering. Therefore, developers have more choices than before. Right, I have talked too much. Let's build this application. I'm going to use the Blazor server mode because it's the default option, but the basic idea is the same for the other modes as well, like client mode or streaming mode. So you can choose either options. And this is the sample code repository. You can start from here, which is aka.ms/netconf23/student-repo/Blazor, or take this QR code. This is the basic application architecture. We are building a Blazor web application to summarize a YouTube video using Azure OpenAI service. First of all, we get the subtitle from a YouTube video link, then ask Azure OpenAI service to summarize it. Okay, so are you ready? Let's do it. Now, we have the .NET Conference Student Zone repo. So I'm going to start from here by creating the GitHub CodeSpace instance here, like that. So you can simply create the plus button to create a new one, or I just created a new one. So I'm going to use this one, so which is this one. Right? So we have GitHub CodeSpace. I'm here within the CodeSpace. Now we have the directories named 2023. Here we have WebTrack directory on the Blazor directory. So within Blazor directory, I'm going to create a new directory called live here, and move on to the live. Now, so in here, nothing. See here. Now, what we are going to do now is to create the Blazor application. But before doing so, we need to the bootstrap tidy up a few things. So let's create that net new git ignore. Oops. No. Now we have created git ignore file in here. Okay. Now .NET new editor config, which is like a style cut kind of things. So it gives us like a lot of the styling stuff, and also .NET new global JSON file. So what the global JSON file does is that it actually shows like this. So we are using, it says we are using .NET 8. So currently I'm using .NET 8 RC2. So it shows, it says, okay, this application will be using .NET 8 RC2, right? But once it is GA, then it will be using like a version .NET version 8.0 or something like that. Okay. Now, so we have all the things ready. Now we are going to create a solution file. .NET new solution name YouTube summarizer, and it will create YouTube summarizer. Okay, so we have YouTube summarizer, a solution file. Now I'm going to create the Blazor application project. .NET new. Before starting, like let's check out the list of what we can do here. So there are bunch of the Blazor related the project here. So when you see that Blazor server and Blazor version, these are from the .NET 7 days. But from .NET 8, we are using this Blazor. This Blazor has the consolidated all server mode and client mode and the streaming mode as well. So how can we choose? So .NET new Blazor, then let's see what the other options are available. So when we choose .NET new Blazor, then we can choose like an interactivity mode, which is called server mode or WebAssembly mode or auto mode, right? So auto mode is basically what we are going to use. No, I mean what the stream rendering mode. So we are, as a default, server mode is a default one. So we are going to use server mode for now. And also this one is the one. So this is the interactive. We are setting the interactive mode, right? So that can be applied to individual the pages or components, or it's a globally applied. So we are going to globally apply this interactive mode for now. So I'm going to use this command, .NET new Blazor with the application name, and server mode is interactive mode is server mode, and the globally the enable the all interactive mode. Now this, then if I create this, then we have the Blazor server application here. Now I'm going to add this the Blazor application project into the solution. Now, so all done. So .NET restore .NET build. So let's add let's build this application, which is good. Now application is all built now, and let's open the Solution Explorer, and here we have the solution file. Now, so we open the solution file here, and click the debug button. Then we can see the application on how it is running as a debug mode here. So let's click the start new instance, and it will start the running on GitHub code space, and it will open a new tab with the Blazor application. See how it's going. now application is running, so which is great, right? So this is what we are expecting, right? So what we are expecting. So now we have this one. Now what we are going to do, application is basically up and running. We are going to add a new component, which is dealing with the YouTube URL, YouTube link, and summarize with OpenAI, right? So I'm going to stop it now. So where is it? Okay. So we have when you see here component. So at the previously by .NET 7, the Blazor applications structure is slightly different from the .NET 8 as well, right? So everything is under the component nowadays. Now within .NET 8, so within the www root file, there is only CSS file. There are only CSS file and JavaScript files. Now, what we are going to see here is this one, app.razor file. So it is basically the placeholder of the entire HTML, the document. So it starts from the HTML, and it has the head sector, and it has body sector, right? And this is the one. So route, it has the render mode. It has the render mode of interactive server because we chose server mode, right? If it is chosen as WebAssembly mode, client mode, and it will be saying like interactive WebAssembly or something like that, okay? And another one is that blazor.web.js file. We used to have blazor.server.js or blazor.webassembly.js file. Now we have blazor.web.js file because everything is consolidated in one file. Okay, so this is the one, and everything is under the pages. So counter, which is the counter page, and home is the home page, and the weather is the weather page, right? So everything is there. Now we are going to use the home page here, and here what we are going to do for now is that instead of directly putting everything in this page, we are not doing that. We are instead building a component, UI component, and putting the component here. So let's say YouTube summarizer component. So we are going to add this YouTube summarizer component, but we don't have it yet, right? So let's create another one. So under the component side, let's create a new directory called the UI, and under the UI, let's create the Razor component and say YouTube summarizer component. Then it creates something like this. Okay, so we have component, and it says okay. So we use now this. So now it is using the component, and this component coming from this one. Okay, so ready? We are ready to use component, but inside here, so this part is the HTML, which is UI part, and this part, the code block, which is using C# code here. So within the Razor component, within the Razor page, we can use both HTML UI part and code part as well. Now, what we can do is here, let's remove everything, and then so when it says it's okay, use GitHub Copilot chat to ask what the GitHub Copilot helps me. Okay, so I'm going to add the prompt here. So what we are going to add here is I'm going to put the one text input and one drop-down list for the video language, and one another drop-down list for the summary language, and 2 buttons, and finally the 1 text area to show the result, summary result. Okay, so it's a Blazor component at the following input controls. So I'm just putting the prompt here to the GitHub Copilot to generate the code on my behalf. So 1 text input control for YouTube link URL, 1 drop down list for video language code selection of English or Korean, because I can speak Korean. 1 drop down list for summary language code selection of English or Korean, and 2 buttons for summary and clear. Then 1 text area for summary result. Also add the corresponding code block. So this is the prompt that I am asking the GitHub Copilot to generate some code for me. Cool. Let's take enter and wait a few seconds, and we'll see how it's going. So let's try. So it's waiting for fetching the response. Okay, well, something happened, and this is the one. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it generates the HTML tags for me, as well as the code block as well. So I'm going to accept it. Looks great. Okay. So, but the problem here is that, okay, before going there, I'm going to put the additional container for the HTML part. Div class, container. Then put these all HTML bits into here. The reason why I'm doing here is that because I want to give some distinction from other component, right? Basically, this is kind of container stuff. Okay, so this is done, and the interesting thing is that it says it's the GitHub Copilot assumes that I'm going to use the service namespace, and I think it assumes that within the service has YouTube summarizer service interface. Okay, so that's kind of smart enough. So I'm going to use this one. So instead of doing YouTube summarizer service, too long. So I'm going to use like this, YouTube service. So the YouTube service interface, and it is I'm going to use YouTube. Okay, here, and in the code part here, so it has YouTube link, video language, summary language. Oh, that's interesting. It's already default value has already English, and summary result as well. And it says summarize, and it says clear. Okay, and YouTube. So I just change the name of the instance to YouTube, and it's going to summarize. Okay, so it only runs summarize the method, and it passes YouTube link, video language, and summary language as well. Okay, which is good. Now, the clear means that we are going to initiate the clear all the existing values already put in the controls. So YouTube link empty, and video language can be English, and summary language can be English. So even if it's changed to Korean, then if we click the clear button, then it will be returned to the default button, default value as in English. Now, which is good. Seems to be okay. Not really okay. Still have some sort of the thing. So okay. So we are changing value from the bind value to the bind, so that the red underscore is going away. So which is good. Now everything looks okay except these two things. Okay. Now I'm going to create a folder, services here. Then in here, under here, going to create class called YouTube service. Then it says YouTube service, and we are going to use the namespace services. So which is good. Now I need help from the GitHub Copilot as well to create interface. So create a new interface of YouTube service that has a method of summarize. Okay. Then it will create something for me. Okay. Looks okay. Okay. Oh, class has been destroyed. Okay, that's fine. The interface, YouTube, the service, and it here has YouTube service, and it has, where is it? Summarize method. So we have already defined the interface of summarize, but this one is different. So let's say string video link, string video language, string summary language, and this value as a default English and English, like this. So we have built interface now. Let's create another the class for now. Create a new class of YouTube. So this that implement YouTube service. Oops. YouTube service. Then it will generate the new class for me. Okay, so it's gone. So it's gone. Interesting. It keeps some. Okay, I will copy this file, this data, and this cut, and put in here. Okay, so I think that's much better. So format document. Now, so there's no implementation yet. So throw new not implemented exception, something like this. Okay, so I'm going to create this one. So it has. So basically, I created the interface using the GitHub Copilot, and I created a YouTube service using GitHub Copilot, and it actually the actual implementation has not been started yet. But basically, this the Blazor component can use it, right? Can use all the logic here. Now, how can we let this component know this YouTube service instance, because it injects a YouTube service from iOS container, but we haven't done yet, right? So how can we do this? So open the program that the CS file, and we are adding. So we are adding this the YouTube service as a dependency. So it's already there. Okay. So add the scope YouTube service. Okay, done. So by doing so, we are adding YouTube service instance as YouTube service interface. So by doing so, it actually knows everything for me. Now, I think it's done. Okay, let's build application and see how it's going. Now build should be okay. Okay, build is okay. Now run this application again. run debug, and start new instance. Now, what we are going to do is that just waiting a few seconds, and it will show like this the UI that we just created. Okay, so we change the video language Korean or summary language Korean. And if I say then let's put the sample YouTube video of what the Blazor in .NET 8 is about, and then just put the thing in here. Then if I click the clear button, then oops, it doesn't work. Oh, interesting. Okay. Here. Oh, okay. So there is a breakpoint here. So I'm going to put then it's gone. Okay, something like this. Okay, so everything looks okay. Now I'm going to put the breakpoint in the summarize method button. Then here, put everything like this and click the summary button. Then see how it's going. Then if I click the summary button, it stops into this breakpoint, and obviously it will throw an error because I haven't implemented anything in here. Okay, so it says error happens. Yeah, that's what we expected. Now, so looks good so far. Looks good so far. Now we need to put the business logic in here to get the YouTube the subtitles or captions and summarize it through the the Azure OpenAI service. Now, what we are going to do is that the first one is that first one is what is it? Something like this. It gives me the idea for me. Okay. But we don't need, I don't think we don't need okay, wait for this. We have no idea what it does. Okay, but before doing so, we need to add two NuGet packages. One is responsible for taking the subtitles from YouTube video, and the other one is for summarizing the subtitles into the through the Azure OpenAI service. So the first one is Azure OpenAI, the NuGet package that's responsible for the summarizing thing. And the other one is the YouTube subtitles extractor NuGet package, which is third-party one. So if we use these two things, then we can do things. Okay. So I'm going to copy this one and add. Oops. Okay, so where should I go then? Where should I go? Here. CD YouTube web summarizer. Okay. Now copy. So I'm going to add YouTube summarize, the YouTube subtitles extractor. Then, so where is it? Yeah. So if I open this one, the project file, and it will add this one, YouTube subtitles extractor, and another one is the OpenAI. Now I'm going to add OpenAI, but it is currently in preview, so I'm going to add another tag, pre-release tag, so that it adds another one. So it adds the version 1 beta 8. So we use these two the external NuGet packages to handle the YouTube video and summarization. Okay. So what we are going to do here is that it wants it wants video ID. It wants the video. Actually, it's not video. It's not. It doesn't say instead of saying video, it says get subtitle. Okay, say get subtitle and get summary. So say So let's change this part like this. And this is all of these are all about the method. So I'm going to create another method, private async task string get subtitle and string video ID and string video language. Save this. So in here, what we are going to use here, because we have already the imported 2 external NuGet packages, which is using the OpenAI, and the YouTube subtitles extractor. So they are using their own implementations. So let's create a constructor taking YouTube video and OpenAI client as parameters. Okay. Then it will create a constructor for me. Okay, something like this. So it creates a constructor like this for me. Okay, let's accept it. Then it has YouTube video. It has the OpenAI client. But instead of using YouTube video, I just use iYouTube video. So iYouTube video. And it has YouTube subtitles extractor. It comes from here. And OpenAI client comes from also OpenAI. So we have added these 2 namespaces to use. Okay. So in here, it gets YouTube video and OpenAI client. And let's change it to be more safe. Like if it's null, and it should throw an exception like this. And if it is null again, then it throws an exception again like this. Okay. So which is great. And we are going to use this one. So get subtitles. So about subtitles, something like this. But it doesn't have it. Okay, why is that? So if I click the button, and then it says instead of using get subtitles async, it uses extract subtitles async. Okay, and this method takes the video URL and the language code, not video ID. Okay, interesting. So video URL and video language, something like this. So that's we are expecting to use this method. So instead of using video ID, we just simply use video URL, right? And this method, actually, we don't need a video ID method. So instead of using this video link and video language, then we are going to return subtitle. Okay, done. But it doesn't return string. So it says it returns subtitles object. So it's subtitle object. So let's see what's in there. Okay, so subtitle dot says okay content. Okay, so content is basically content seems to be the collection of subtitle text, right? So we are going to choose select in here text part. We are going to choose, and this one. So we are the method of select method is making this text value is an array, right? So it still has some sort of array method, array value, but we want to one big string. So how can we do this? And then aggregate, okay, like this. What is? Then in here, like this. Then what does that mean? So aggregate means add, so like this B part is appended to the A part, right? So by doing so every single the captions is added append to the previous string with the line feed. right? So aggregate, as a result, aggregate value is a string. Now, var aggregated is, so this is the extracted all the subtitles. So we are returning aggregated value to the get subtitles, okay? Which is great. Now we have subtitles. Now we need to send this subtitle to get summary method, okay? So let's create another one. Private async task string get summary string subtitle string summary language. Okay. So this part is the one. This part is the one, like this one. So the GitHub Copilot summarize and suggests me to use this code, but within the OpenAI client, it doesn't have summarize async. It has get completion async. So we are going to use the get completion async method, and in here it requires deployment ID and check completion options. Let's say deployment ID and check completion options, looking like this. All right, and then it returns the summary. So we need to identify deployment ID and check completion options. So let's get the deployment ID. So it suggests, the GitHub Copilot suggests me to get this deployment ID from the environment variable. And we'll see how it's going. And check completion options, it says nothing. Okay, do check completion options. Okay, so what it does is these check completion options comes from the SDK of Azure OpenAI. Now, what it does, what it suggests is like this. So, but we don't know because as you can see, the red, the underline here. So we don't need this part at all. We don't need this part at all. Temperatures and returns. The tokens should be like because we are summarizing the long text. So let's say the number of tokens, maximum token is 3,000. Now, so we have check completion options. We have deployment ID. So what it does, see, deployment ID, is that it reads from the environment variable. So that gives an idea how we can add this deployment ID. So we are going to add this the deployment ID in this app.settings file, .json. Okay, but doing so, let's add another the thing in here. Like let's create another folder called configurations, and within the configurations, let's add class of OpenAI settings, and it OpenAI settings that add properties of deployment ID as OpenAI service endpoint and API key. Then it will add the properties for me. Okay, like this. So it has OpenAI settings, deployment ID, endpoint, and API key, like this. Okay, so which is great, and this is a little bit different. So configurations. Then we don't need this part at all. Only we need this part. So put everything in here and format document. So we have OpenAI settings class with deployment ID, endpoint, and API key. So we are going to use this the one from the app settings, right? So we are converting the app settings data into this the strongly typed the configuration settings. And I will add another one add a new class of prompt settings that has properties of system, temperature, and max tokens. So it will create the new class for me like this. Okay, it has system and temperature value, which is float value now. So, and using max tokens here. So we are going to use these OpenAI settings and prompt settings class to convert existing app.settings file into a strongly typed one, right? And this one will be used in here. Okay, so instead of using here, so I'm going to put the OpenAI settings, and prompt settings. Wow, it has everything for me. It does everything for me. Okay, interesting. So we have constructors like this. So I'm going to create private OpenAI settings and private prompt settings. Okay, and it does OpenAI settings. Okay, prompt settings. Wow, the Copilot helps me a lot. So we have everything ready. Now let's change this part. So it comes from OpenAI setting. OpenAI settings deployment ID, right? And it comes from prompt settings max tokens. It comes from prompt settings the temperature, right? Now, so these check completion options, we need to send some sort of instruction to the as OpenAI service as a prompt, right? But it doesn't have it yet. So let's add messages that new chat message of chat role of system that prompt from settings system, right? So we are going to get the system prompt from the app settings file, and I'm going to add new chat message, another one, chat role system. Then I will add additional the system prompt like this. So I will add another system prompt like this. So this, what it does is that this is a transcript to summarize the transcript in 5 bullet point items in a given language code or language code. So in here, so I'm going to use summary language like this, right? So this is the these are 2 system prompts. Then finally, I'm going to add new chat message, chat role of user, then subtitles from here. So we set the prompt message, system prompt message in 2. Then finally, we ask to something typo. Okay. We ask the OpenAI, we pass the OpenAI service with the subtitles to summarize. Okay. So everything looks okay. And then once it's done, so summary is basically not a string. It's basically chat completions type. So summary dot value dot choices, you get the first choice, then message, then content. That's the one. Okay, the content is the string value of the summary, actually the summary result. So this is the one. So we already add the get summary. We have implemented get summary. We have implemented get subtitles, and within the summarize button, we call subtitles first. Then we call the get summary using this subtitle. okay, and as a return result. Okay, now, so we have YouTube video, OpenAI client, OpenAI settings, and prompt settings as dependencies. But we haven't added these dependencies at all yet. Okay, so let's add these dependencies. Now, so we have YouTube service, but this YouTube service instance need 4 additional dependencies. So how can we do this? Okay, now add a scope instance of YouTube video as YouTube video. Let's see. Then it as, okay, YouTube video, which is good. Then add another namespace. Okay, so which is good. Now we need to add OpenAI client. But before doing so, let's add 2 settings. Add a singleton instance of OpenAI settings generated from I configuration. Let's check this. Okay, it will add the singleton instance as a dependency using OpenAI settings and the type. Okay, it adds something very scary one, but I don't need other things. Only I need this part. So I'm going to copy this line and just remove it. And here, add this. So what it does is that it adds singleton instance, but it doesn't have anything yet. So I'm going to let this the application know what the instance is about, type, what the instance type is about. So OpenAI settings. Then p provider get service I configuration. Then we need to get the section from OpenAI settings name, but I don't think we have a name in here configuration. Where is configuration? Where is my configuration? Okay, so there is no name. So public, okay, it has already there. Okay, so GitHub Copilot helps me a lot. Okay, like this. So we are going to get this one. We'll say, where is it? Okay, so settings name, then it has configurations, then OpenAI settings. I think that's it for me. So let's build a little bit. Let's make a little bit readable in here. So now we have added the singleton instance of OpenAI settings, right? By getting the these OpenAI settings from the I configuration. Okay. Now we are going to add another one to prompt settings. Then here, like this. Okay. So we added 2 OpenAI settings and both OpenAI settings and prompt settings. And with this value, we need to add another one, OpenAI client. Okay, so how can we add this one? We can still add another one, like add a scope instance of OpenAI client. Okay, let's see how it does. Okay, so it will add another one. Okay, but it has, okay, so I think we only need this line. Okay, we only need this line. So discard it and add it. And actually, we don't need this part as well. Okay, so OpenAI client. We are going to add OpenAI client, but it doesn't say anything like this. It doesn't, okay. So let's do a little bit different trick here. Let's add this one. Now, so new OpenAI client, client is return client. And this new OpenAI client actually asks me to use, okay. Okay, I don't have an idea because it wants OpenAI client need API key and endpoint. Here we go. So endpoint and credential like this. But we don't have endpoint, so endpoint is new URI or OpenAI settings that endpoint, something like this. But we don't have OpenAI settings yet, so OpenAI settings equals p OpenAI settings, because we have already add a singleton instance before this OpenAI client. So I get the OpenAI settings, and with this OpenAI settings, I get the endpoint here. Okay, and then we need credentials. Then we need as well OpenAI as a key credential is using API key. So OpenAI client is actually requiring these URI endpoint and key credential. So we got these two things, right? So we have now we can add OpenAI client. So basically, we within the YouTube service instance, we have YouTube with iYouTube video instance. We have OpenAI settings instance. We have prompt settings instance, and we have OpenAI client settings instance. We have everything we need in here, right? These four things we have already done. So we already added all the instances. And inside OpenAI client, we also need the HTTP client. So add HTTP client as well. So everything is injected. So this is an iOS container. So all required dependencies are ready to use. Now, let's build this application. Then see how it's going. Application is being built, successfully built. Now, let's run this application. See how it's going. So it seems to be working fine and looks okay. Now, application is running. Is it running now? Oh, that's right. So everything looks okay, but the last thing I haven't added is here. There is no application settings in here yet. So OpenAI, we haven't added this one yet. Prompt. We haven't added yet. Okay. So within the prompt, system prompt we need to put here, and temperature. Then we said 7.3. No, 0.7, and maximum tokens of 3,000, like this. Okay. And OpenAI in here, deployment ID we need, and endpoint we need, and API key. Okay. So everything looks okay. Now, so I'm going to put down the system, the prompt here is that, okay, so I'm going to use this prompt of, I put some here. I have already prepared the thing. Let's see. Oops. So it says like this. So you are the expert of summarizing long content. You are going to summarize the following YouTube video transcript in a given language code. That means we are kind of setting up the expectation to the Azure OpenAI service. You are going to do this, right? And this is the first system prompt. And the second prompt is make sure that you are summarizing that transcript into 5 bullet points or something like that. Okay, so this is the one. And we are using the temperature and max tokens. And also, I have already created as an OpenAI service instance. So I have endpoint, I have API key, and I have deployment ID. So I'm going to just copy and paste it here. But if you don't have it, you need to create it first. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. So everything looks okay. Now, let's run this application again. We'll see how soon, because after that, we have the values. We have all the values, required values. Okay, so let's debug and start new instance again. Then it will start, and application is up and running. Okay, so which is great. Now I'm going to copy this YouTube URL to in here and set the video language and summary language in both the English, and click the summary button here. Then it will hit the the summarize method button and just push click the button. Then it will return something. So let's wait a few seconds. Then now what we have done is that we create this UI component, and we put the the business logic here, and as a result we get the summarize like this. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine. So let's change a little bit. So I'm going to change the summary language into Korean. So some of you might understand Korean. So let's see how it's going. So if I click the summary button, then it should summarize this English content into Korean. So wait a few seconds. Now, once it is done, then our expectation is met. Okay, all good. So what I've done, as I said, what I've done is I created the component, which is reusable. So we can use this component for every other the Blazor one. Okay, oops. Server dropped. Here. Okay. Now we need to wait a few more seconds here. Then, so we created the reusable content, reusable component, and within there we used GitHub Copilot so many times to create the UI, like buttons and text input controls or something like that. Then after that, we use okay. I'm not sure this is working fine or not. Okay. Oh, it's there. It takes more time. So it returns the Korean thing. Okay. So which is great. So that's what we expected, right? So let's summary again. So we built the reusable component, and within the Razor component, we used GitHub Copilot a lot to set up all the UI bits and pieces, and including the text inputs and drop-down list and text areas whatsoever. And we used the GitHub Copilot chat again a lot of times to set up the classes and interfaces and all the dependencies, right? And implementing the business logics as well, something like this. So as a result, we can build this kind of intelligent app using Blazor and Azure OpenAI service. Okay, so this is the end of my demo. This is a quick sum up. We scaffolded a Blazor web application. Then we created a reusable Blazor component. Then we created a few classes and interfaces for dependency injection. And finally, we implemented business logic in there. As you saw, while we were building this application, we used GitHub Copilot a lot, quite a lot. And it reduces the huge amount of time for writing code. So you can do it by yourself. So how can you do it by yourself? I'm not the only one running these sessions today, because there are many other sessions available as well as sample code. So this is the sample code repository. So this is the sample code repository. And this is the free C# fundamental certification. So you can visit there and you can get the free certification for C#. And there are many .NET beginner video series here. So you can visit there and you will be able to learn a lot of .NET beginner series. And most importantly, we have .NET Conference. This is the student zone for .NET Conference, and as well as the main .NET Conference is happening. But most importantly, I'd like you to try .NET 8 on your machine. So you can download .NET 8 from this URL, aka.ms/get.net8. Right, this is it. Thanks for watching. I'm Justin.
What an awesome session. We're now entering a really quick break before our next session. So go ahead, grab a snack, grab some water. And in the meantime, I'm going to be sharing some information about the foundational C# certification with Free Code Camp. So for this certification, Microsoft teamed up with Free Code Camp to provide a full learning course on foundational C#, as well as an exam and a certification to really get you started with C# and teach you all of the basics. So today, I'm going to just walk through a couple tips on how to get started with the exam, some help resources we have as well, and just some attributes. So first off, the exam is totally free. It's globally available, and it's already been taken by a bunch of folks. So we're seeing a lot of excitement. But let me show you where you can find the exam. So right now, I'm on Microsoft Learn. This is where the training content for the exam is hosted. I'm going to go to the Student Hub and go to Student Certifications. And here I can find some information about this foundational C# certification. If I click Learn Now, it's going to take me to Free Code Camp. And in particular, it's going to take me to the certification page. So here, it gives you a preview of all of the course content that's going to be involved in this exam. It's about 30 to 35 hours of free, in-depth content to get you started with C#. So as you can see, there's 6 learning courses, everything from write your first code using C#, adding logic to those applications, creating methods, and debugging. So this course is going to start you off with some in-browser coding so that you don't have to download anything. Then it'll transition you to using Visual Studio Code, which is a real developer tool. So you'll really get to practice using things that the pros are using. So if I wanted to get started, I could expand this course and see a series of learning modules. So if I wanted to click into the first one, it's going to give me some instructions about where to find the learning content. So I'm going to go to this link, and this is our first module for the course. So I can go ahead and get started, but I also can preview the structure. So as you can see, there's an introduction, plenty of hands-on exercises going on, and also a knowledge check. This is really important. You need to complete the knowledge check to get the credit that will allow you to then get your certification once you complete this entire process. So make sure you're doing some of these knowledge check questions. Then, once I've finished all of the modules within one course, I can claim my trophy. So there's some instructions here about how to do that. I'm going to have to link my Microsoft Learn account with my Free Code Camp account. And once I do that, I'm done with that part of the course. Something really exciting about this content that I think is my favorite part is that each of these courses has 2 projects. One is a guided project and one is a challenge project. So there's plenty of hands-on opportunities to really not just learn C#, but put it into practice. All right. Well, that's awesome, but what if you need a little extra guidance or help with the certification? Well, we have that too. So both Microsoft and Free Code Camp have put out some video resources about the certification. So on Free Code Camp, they've created a video tour of the certification, which is going to go in more depth about the steps that I just talked about. How to link your accounts, what the cert looks like, some of the content it's going to go through, and also it gives you a little preview of what the certification is going to look like once you get it. And once you get it, you can put it on your LinkedIn, you can link to it from your resume. It has the signature of Free Code Camp's executive director, as well as the president of Microsoft's developer division. So you're really getting a great check mark on your resume here. Another resource I want to highlight is on the .NET YouTube account. And this is going to be a playlist of getting started with C#. So this playlist has 6 videos, and in each video, expert presenters are going to go through each of those 6 courses. So you will have some extra guidance on how to complete that content, and also pointers about the different topics and how to think about these topics when you're actually coding. All right, that's just my quick 5-minute introduction to the C# Foundational Certification. Remember, it's free, it's globally available. There's a whole community of Free Code Camp users and folks at Microsoft that are here to support you as you're going through that cert. So, one last thing actually is that take it at your own pace. There's no timer on the certification, so you can begin it and take, hours, days, months, whatever you need, whatever works with your schedule, you can do when you're completing the certification. All right, well, without further ado, we're gonna have a couple more minutes here before our next presenter, so make sure to get that snack, maybe check out the C# certification, and enjoy the rest of the event. Bye.
everybody. Welcome to the .NET Conf Student Zone. We are very excited you're here. Welcome to the mobile track. Also going to do some desktop, whatever you're into. Very exciting. I am Maddie Montequilla. I am a PM on the .NET Maui team, and I'm here with my wonderful colleague.
Hi, I'm Becky Buckler, and I'm also a PM on the .NET team. Really excited to be here with you.
Cool. This is going to be great. So
it is going to be great.
Yeah, I hope all of you were able to take a minute and look at the GitHub repo beforehand with all the information about this. If not, give that a quick scroll. There are some setup instructions if you want to code along with us, but otherwise feel free to just like hang out and watch, and you can come back and do it all on your own time later too. So we're going to hop into some slides here. We are going to tell you what .NET Maui is, and then we were going to start our little workshop. So here we are. Get started building mobile and desktop apps with .NET. Becky, why don't you tell us a little bit about Maui, and then just tell me when you want me to change the slide.
I would love to tell you a little bit about Maui. So .NET Maui is, you can read it right here, the most productive way to develop native apps that perform great on any device that runs Android, iOS, Mac OS, or Windows from a single code base. So the big idea here is that, you're building apps. You don't want to type the same thing over and over again. So with Maui, you can work from a single code base and deploy to all 4 of those platforms. It's super efficient. Your time is valuable. You don't want to waste time. And so Maui is going to do the lifting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I love that picture. The single project, single code base, and you can deploy to those 4 different locations. That's very exciting. Yes.
Yeah.
On the next, you can go to the next one. So lots of people use .NET Maui. This is a slide of just some of our customers, like going through and seeing all the little logos there. We have way more than this, but the slide only has so much real estate, and we can't cover it with every icon. But a lot of really, really exciting ones here. So next up. We can go to the next slide.
I did. I think.
Oh, you did go to the next slide. Thank you. My little slide monkey is right in line for the app that we're going to be building today. So .NET Maui is just one part of a huge ecosystem called .NET. So within .NET, we have so many different tools to help you build the thing that you want to build. So obviously, we are really excited about cross-platform development, and hopefully you are too, and that's why you're here today. But if you're interested in building for cloud, building for web, gaming, Internet of Things, .NET has a tool for you. And so you can definitely go check out those on the .NET Learn website and do some investigation on your own there.
Cool. Sweet. Click. You want to talk about VS, or you want me to?
You can talk about VS.
Cool. All right. There are multiple ways you can do .NET Maui development. If you want to be like really fancy and cool, you can use just the command line and your text editor of choice. But we definitely suggest using either Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio is our full .NET IDE integrated development environment. So it's got all the tools you could possibly imagine for developing your app. It has a bunch of AI-assisted development, which is, of course, all the rage right now. There's remote collaboration. It's kind of like editing like a Word doc or a Google Doc at the same time, except it's your code base, which is fun. We have all the hot reload, so you can just change everything while your app is running. You can go in and inspect the UI of your app and find out where in the code it's defined while the app is running just by clicking on it. Very cool. And there are a whole bunch of different ways that you can develop and deploy and debug your app, including like using the Android emulators if you want, or directly to a phone if you plug it in, simulators, and the Windows subsystem for Android, which we're not going to talk about today, but is really cool. It's a way to actually run Android apps natively on your Windows machine. So big fan of that. And then the other thing is VS Code. We have a new .NET Maui extension. It's still in preview. We're working on it, but we're really excited to bring Maui development to VS Code. Mobile development has a lot of like moving pieces because especially cross-platform, you have the Android stuff and the iOS stuff and the Windows and the Mac stuff, all these different things. So it is a challenge to get all of that to play nicely. And we're excited to bring that into VS Code and hopefully make it a lot easier for you to do work there. So again, this is in preview. The biggest difference, in my opinion, which besides Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, is that with VS, we like give you everything right off the bat. There's like no question. You click a checkbox and it sets everything up for you and you're off to the races. VS Code is definitely more of a manual setup. You got to, pull everything in. You have to add more extensions if you want more features that aren't there in the Maui extension. But I also know that when I was a student, VS Code was actually brand new. So that's how old I am. But for people who are like newer to coding and especially new to .NET, you're probably more familiar with VS Code anyways. So if you're comfortable with it, I say go for it. I love using VS Code. So
this was me last year, right out of grad school. I was like, oh yeah, VS Code. And then they're like, oh, VS. And I'm like, yeah, VS Code. So
yeah, they're different.
They are different.
Always mix up. Like Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Code are different things. I don't know why we named them almost the same thing, but we did.
It's above our pay grade.
Cool. So we are going to hop into, we're going to let Becky go over like what a Maui app is and what it looks like in code. So please follow along either on your machine or just watching the video. There are links here to a bunch of different Maui resources. We'll put it up at the end. Again, the most important one here is the first one. This way. Whoa. .NET or aka.ms/netconf23/student repo. And if you go into the mobile track, there's a README in that folder. The start and the end of the code we're actually going to show today, and some setup instructions and all that amazing stuff. Also links to these slides and the recording of this talk if you want to watch it back or watch it on fast or slow. And so then, yeah, Becky, I'm going to let you take over.
This is part of a whole workshop that can take 6 to 8 hours or longer if you're really slow like me, and that's fine. And it goes through a lot of steps, lots of parts, but you will learn so much about how to use .NET Maui and all the different things that you can do with .NET Maui. Maddie and we are going to just give you a little bite-sized version of this workshop. We're going to get you started today, a little appetizer version of the monkey finder. But by the end of it, you will have a little application that finds monkeys, and that app can work on your Windows machine, okay, which is where I am right now. It could work on your iPhone if you have one. I do not. That's okay. Okay. It can work on my Android device, or if I'm emulating, I could emulate those, or your Mac desktop. It will work on all 4 of those. And again, you only need to write from a single code base. It's just one project, and you shoot it off into all 4 of those locations. We got little buttons here. We got the monkeys. And I am going to pass it back to Maddie so she can go through the Solution Explorer over here.
Very cool. All right. We will flip back to my screen on the stream, please. Yay. Thank you.
Yay.
This is the app we are starting with today. This is the start folder, the start project, if you will. I'm in Visual Studio Windows right now. I also have VS Mac up, so VS Code, Visual Studio Code up, so I will show you both as we roll. But I wanted to use VS Windows to show you a little bit about how a Maui app is laid out, particularly get you familiar with this, which is the start of this workshop we're doing right now. So what we give you is this pretty blank app called Monkey Finder. Very cute. And it has a whole bunch of things. The coolest thing about Maui, in my opinion, is that we can share all of our resources for all the different platforms. And resources means a lot of things. It means things like images and fonts. It also means like the app icon, the splash screen. So what actually shows in like the taskbar or on the home screen, what shows up while the app is loading, and then any other type of assets you need. If you've ever done mobile development before, particularly like Android mobile development, you know that you have to have like 8 different versions of an image and 8 different resolutions to cover all the Android devices. With Maui, you can just put in one SVG or PNG file and call it a day, and everything is great. So that's probably my favorite part of Maui. There's a whole bunch of different things, but The way that you write user interface, your UI in Maui, is with XAML by default. You can use C# entirely. For this workshop today, we're going to use XAML. It feels a lot like HTML if you come from a web background, but it's XAML. And that was kind of what folks use traditionally with Windows apps. So that's why Maui does that, because it's .NET. And if you do want to use .NET, C# or even Razor, which is another way to write web apps, you can do that with Maui. We're not going to cover it today, but it's an option, and I thought I'd call it out. And the way that XAML works basically is you open a tag, you tell it what you want to put in. Anything that with a star next to it, by the way, is from something called IntelliCode, which automatically recommends the thing that everyone uses the most in this situation. So most pages are a grid. Shocker. Yeah, so you just open your tag. We could make a grid. I add like my property. So for example, if I wanted to give my grid a background color, right? And then I close my grid. And that is XAML. Nothing too fancy. And then you just nest things in here. So for example, here, I would actually want to do this and then reopen and close my grid so that I can actually start putting things in here, right? Just keep indenting until I'm done. Pretty good. So we are going to get started actually editing this app. So I'm going to delete this because it's going to get mad at me. And then I'm going to, how am I going to do this first? I'm going to show you how to run it here. We're not going to run it here. We're going to run it in VS Code as well. So for Maui in Visual Studio, Windows, which is what this still is, if you want to choose where to deploy it, all you have to do is drop down this little play button up here and pick where you want to. So I have, for example, my Windows machine by default, but I could also go in and select an Android emulator, a local Android device. If I have an iPhone plugged in, there are ways. It's called a hot restart. If you want to Google it and try and figure it out yourself, there are totally ways to deploy to an iPhone directly. I could also pair to a MacBook.
Lots of options.
That's a lot. You have a lot of options. Very flexible.
And if you don't see your device on there, you can solve that problem.
Yes. Yeah. We have really good docs. Yeah. So I have the link for those. But if you are in VS Code, which means that you are either on Windows in VS Code or on a Mac. Oh, I actually already started running this. So let me stop. This is the extension you need, the .NET Maui extension. And it will pull in not just this extension, but these other two, C# and C# DevKit. So don't be shocked when those pop up. C# is literally just like the language highlighting for the C# language. It gives you the autocomplete and the fancy coloring and all that stuff. C# DevKit is actually how we handle solutions in VS Code. That's kind of the most simple way to think about it. A .NET project, everything is based on a solution file. In this case, it's the Monkey Finder solution. And when you clone this repository, it's got two solutions in it. It's got the start and it's got the finish. So it will pop up with a little notification here. I don't think it'll show it to me anymore. Yeah. It'll pop up one here and it'll say, which solution do you want to use? Just select the start solution from the start folder. It'll pop it and then it pops it up here. Easy peasy, no big deal. At any point you can change it, I believe, by using open solution. If you just type that in. To open this top bar in VS Code, Control-Shift-P, it's called your command palette. It is lit. So this, I have the full workshop, not just the workshop we're doing today. So I just opened the part 1 solution. But then it shows up on the left here in your Solution Explorer. I could also edit everything just like the regular files, but that's kind of cluttery. I like the Solution Explorer. So we're going to do it this way. And then once I open a XAML or C# file, any of them, I get these magical little squiggly braces in the bottom right here. And if I zoom in here, I have a couple options. One is to set the project. Just ignore that because there's only one project. The other is to set the debug target. And so on this machine, it's a Windows machine. So I only have an Android thing or my Windows local device. On a Mac, if you have Xcode installed, you could do Mac desktop or you could do iOS simulators. And those automatically pop up. So when I highlight over this and I hit debug target, it gives me all of my options. Everything's build only right now because I don't have my Mac connected. But if I was on my Mac and I had Xcode installed, it would give me all this.
Did you say auto magically?
I did say automagically.
I love that. I'm stealing that 100%. How have I not heard you say that before?
I don't know. Wow.
Automagically. It's beautiful.
And then to run the app, all you have to do, you don't even have to create a launch JSON file, just hit run and debug, and it will automatically select. If it doesn't for you, you can do it, but it should automatically, if you will, select the .NET MAUI run configuration. Where is it? Scroll up. It should just say .NET MAUI. Sometimes it pops up here, sometimes it pops up below in the thing here. But yeah, just select the .NET MAUI run. At some point, this will change to just be the C# run configuration. But as of right now, it is the .NET MAUI run configuration. So this is where we're starting with this app. Very basic. At first, when this loaded, I was like, did I break it? No.
We didn't break it. But
No.
honestly, it's working.
It's
Okay.
working.
Which is
There you go.
more than what I can say for most of my code when I started off.
Yeah, I get that. So we are going to jump right in and we are going to start editing this and adding some UI. So I am going to stop it in VS Code. You are welcome to continue working in VS Code. The reason I am switching back to Visual Studio Windows is because I want to use something called Hot Reload, which will refresh the UI as I write the app. And because the VS Code extension is new and is in preview, we don't have that yet. Hopefully, if you are watching this sometime in 2024, just to go learn MAUI, we do have it in VS Code. So you'll be having a great time. But right now, I want to use VS Windows. And I want to pull up my notes, please. Thank you, part 1. All right. So anything that I do that's IDE dependent, by the way, I will switch between so you can see both. So I'm letting this run in Windows because I would like to use the Windows on my desktop and keep my Android emulator for VS Code. Just a little tip there. And then I'm going to hide this because I don't need to look at this right now. It's popping up. Everything's loading. This is a really cool Visual Studio for Windows feature called Live Preview, which lets you just see the app all in one screen. I don't have to keep dragging over the actual window so that you can see it and then move it off my screen or switch side to side or whatever. So we're going to use this for now because it just helps with the one screen look. And what we're going to do first is just display a list of monkeys. That is the intro to this workshop. It is super basic. We're going to have a good time. And this, again, will all be in the README of the full workshop. It's linked in the Student Zone README, so you can follow along with this too. So we're going to take a existing JSON file. I'm going to copy the link, and I will show it to you in a second once I get it over. And it's from the creator of this workshop, James Montemagno, who's wonderful. And he gave us this wonderful JSON that literally just has a list of monkeys, baboon, where it's from, Asia, Africa, a quick detail of them, an image, and then roughly how many there are and roughly the location of them. And that we would use later for when we want to do
it is called
location.
The Monkey Finder app.
It is called the Monkey Finder app. Yeah. So we are going to go into our models file here. And I'm going to stop this so that I can edit the C# without doing anything crazy. Sometimes adding in data while the app is running is not a great idea. And I'm going to go to the monkey.cs file. And this is literally just my C# class that tells me what a monkey is, right? What are the properties that make up the monkeys that I want to show in my app? And if you've done any other C# development or even something like Java, any object-oriented programming language, this should feel familiar. The syntax is always a little different between different languages, but I just copy-pasted this in. Public means that anything in the app can get it. String, what's the type it is. Name, and then just get and set. C# is very friendly. You don't have to write out get name equals name, set name equals name, or whatever it is for the language. So we are also going to deserialize the monkey JSON that I pulled up from this file here, right? So we need to tell C# that this is JSON. It's going to deserialize. So we're going to just add in some nice code here. Copy paste it. It's all in the thing. And all I'm adding is something called a serializable for JSON. If you want to learn more about it, Google it. If you don't, no big deal. So the first thing we're going to do, I'm actually going to make sure this builds because who knows what I screwed up copy pasting. Let it go. Nice. And I am using .NET 8 preview right now because .NET 8 ships on the 14th on the official day 1 of .NET Conf, and the Student Zone is the day before. But tomorrow this will be regular .NET 8. So very exciting.
Super exciting.
I know. It's going to be great. It looks like this is building okay. So I will continue plugging along. We're going to go into our main page. So in this view folder here, let me zoom in. There are 2 pages that we gave you, even though they're both empty, main page and details page. In main page, all I have right now is this content page class holding everything. The first thing I want to do is I want to give main page the context of that monkey model we just made. So XMLNS, XML namespace, model is just what I'm naming it. I'm calling it model. And then I'm giving it monkeyfinder.model, which is literally the name of this folder, just with the dot, right? So done. Gonna hit save on that. And then we are going to copy paste. Actually, I'll type this out with you. It'll be fun. We're going to use something called a collection view to show all of this. And a collection view is just a smart list. So if it has a ton of data in it, it recycles it. It doesn't try to load like millions of items at once and crash the app. It just waits until you scroll to load those things. And you can also use it for very simple apps, just like we're about to do here. So let's open this. We're going to give it what's called an item source, .items source, which is exactly what it sounds like. A source of items for this collection view. And then we're going to feed it an array of monkeys. So I will just copy paste the information from the JSON file we were looking at. But first I'm giving this array a type. And that type is of the monkey model that we just popped in right here. So this model : monkey is this model, and then this monkey.c# file that we gave it with the name, location, details. And that's basically telling this collection view that the array we're giving it is a monkey with a name, an image, a location, whatever other things we want from that data source, and it'll be able to read it. So I'm going to copy paste in some things here because it's easier than trying to type it all out. Oh, but the indenting is horrible.
Fun fact, I just looked it up. The group name for a monkey, because you were saying the array of monkeys. I was like, I wonder what it is. It's a troop. A troop.
Oh,
of
that's
monkeys.
So cute.
Yep,
Oh,
fun fact.
troop. That's actually really funny.
Learn Maui, learn about monkeys. 2-for-1 special today.
Well, here's our troop of monkeys. This is only 3 from the JSON. It's the baboom, and then the capuchin. Oh, God. Oh, no. I don't know how to say monkey names. This
Words are hard, yeah.
But this is literally just data we're hard coding in. Nothing fancy. With part 2 of the full workshop, which we're not going to get to today, we will show you how to use this fancy JSON thing to pull it in from the internet. But for today, for part 1, we're learning. We're having a good time. And then we are going to put in what's called the item template. So we gave our collection view the items source, which tells it where to get the data from. And eventually we will switch that out with something that calls it from the internet. And then we give it the item template, which shows it how to actually display the data, the array we just gave it. So same thing, we have to tell the item template, what kind of data it's showing. So same thing we just did before, where we do, let me close out that so I can see. Yeah, model monkey. I don't need the squigglies. Model : monkey. And autocomplete's already doing it for me. Thank you, autocomplete. Close that tag. And like you can see, it's XAML, so it's just a bunch of indents. And then we are going to put in a horizontal stack layout, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a stack of items laid out horizontally. We're going to give it some padding, 10, close that, and then I'm going to open this. And now I'm actually going to run the app. So hopefully, if all goes well, we can see this come together as we type the XAML in. Give it a second to load. If you want to open that live preview thing that I'm using that shows the app inside of Visual Studio, you go to Debug, Windows. Come back. XAML live preview. And if you want to run this app in VS Code, this should be automatically updating magically. Yeah, it's got it. Nice. So this is all the code we're typing right now in VS Windows. It's just reading the file from the file system, so it's picking it up totally fine in VS Code. You would do the same thing that we did before. You go to these curly braces down here, select where you want to debug it, and then hit either F5 or the little play button with debug on it with the .NET MAUI configuration. Got it? Got it? Good. Okay, let's go back here. So let's make these monkeys show up. So we have our horizontal stack layout. And so the way that a collection view item template works is this is saying for each item in the array, show it as I'm about to describe it. So instead of having to say for each 3 monkeys, this is how I want each individual monkey to look. I'm going to do it once, and it's going to go through every item in the array and pop it up above each other, below each other, whatever. So we want to show the image of the monkey. And we want to give it some settings. So aspect, like the aspect ratio, we want it to fill the amount of space we give it. Hello? Why is that? Are you mad at me? There we go.
It's doing its best.
Yeah, it's having a hard time, just like me. 100 for my height. And then we're going to give it a source, and this is where the magic starts to happen. We're going to do something called a binding. And what this is saying is bind to the image property of what data you are using in this item template right now. So go into your items source of this collection view, look for anything called image for each item, and then bind to that. So data binding is something we get into in the next part of this like full workshop. But for right now, we'll just look at this and call it a day. I'm going to close that tag, see if, yay, oh my gosh, it shows right up. That's very good. Okay, and so you see this image of this monkey pops up. I'm going to go and I'm actually going to click in the app on the other side and resize the window a little bit. Yeah, because sometimes that tricks it into refreshing the page so that all the monkeys show up, because you can see it was just showing the last one in the list for whatever reason. But cool. So now we have the image of our monkeys just like that. And let's keep on plugging away. So we are going to add a label in this horizontal stack layout. So what that will do is next to the name and next to the monkey, we want to say like its name and its location. So check out my notes, start typing label. You can see that IntelliCode already starts popping things up for me because it's very nice, but I'm not actually going to use that. I'm going to do vertical options equals center, which is how you center the text. And then text color is whatever color you'd like. I'm going to do purple because purple is the best color. I'm going to close that tag, open it up. And then what I'm going to do is something called a formatted string or a multi-binding string, excuse me. And what that's doing is letting me put multiple different pieces of data into one string without having to format it twice, which is very nice. So I'm giving the label the text property, which you would have automatically if I didn't want to do this fancy multi-binding thing. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to do multi-binding string format. And this is similar to if you've seen formatted strings in any other programming language, this will be familiar to you. But if not, the quick TLDR of this is basically I'm going to give it 2 pieces of data. And those 2 pieces of data are 0 and 1. And 0 is going to show the first piece of data, and 1 is going to show the second piece of data, just like that. So I'm going to do binding, path equals, and then right back to where we were with that monkey model, we're going to do the name and the location. Oh, and it's already popping up. System.object. That's not right. I wonder what I did wrong here. Location. Close the tag. Yeah, there we go. All I had to do was just finish writing it, and it fixed itself. I didn't realize I was going to do that. So I'll bring this app over so we can look a little bit closer. But all it was is tells you the name, tells you the location, just like that. And again, this is all while the app is running. I'm typing this. So you can see sometimes it's funky while it tries to figure out what I'm trying to do. But once I finish writing like valid syntax, it works. So the other thing we could do is we could put these strings on top of each other. Right now, they're just next to each other. So we could just delete all of this. Our hard work. Inside of this horizontal stack layout, we could create a vertical stack layout, which will show up and down. It's going to be next to it. And then we're going to give it some vertical options to center it. Center. If you notice, by the way, I'm just typing like the first 2 letters of everything and then hitting enter, and it just does it for me, which is really nice. Autocomplete is amazing. So same deal here. We're going to bind it to the monkey name. I'm going to give it a font size, so it's a good font size. Let's do 24. Let's give it a color of purple. And then let's close that tag. There we go. And then we're going to do under it, the next item in this vertical stack, we're going to do the same thing, except it's binding location. Font size equals, get a little bit smaller. Let's make it 18. And then let's give it a new text color. Let's do, Becky, name a color. Go.
Red.
Love it. Oh, I have to close the tag. That would have been so magical. Close. I don't usually type so zoomed in, so it's hard because I finish.
It really is.
But I want to make sure everyone can read my text, which I understand. So there we go. Now we have the name, the location next to the picture, all laid out beautifully. It's already running. We could do the same thing on Android and iOS. One thing I will show you real quick that I love is if you're going through an app, a Maui app, and you want to figure out like where or how they define something, you can actually click on the item in this live preview here. Click. And it will take you to not only where in the XAML it's defined, but also where it is in this thing called the live visual tree. So you can see that this has my main page here. This is the collection view we're in. And then there's 3 horizontal stack layouts. 1, 2, 3. For each of the monkeys we created, we hard-coded into the XAML file here because collection view automatically does that. And in each horizontal stack layout is this image, which is where we got the monkey image. And then now we also have the vertical stack layout with the text that we're showing. So that is a quick and dirty intro to .NET MAUI. Again, there is a whole bunch of other parts of this workshop. I'm going to pull this up on my screen right now so you can see it. I will show you the link also in just a second, but there's 6 parts to this, all the way from just displaying this data locally, which is what we just did, to displaying it over the internet and using something called MVVM, Model View View Model. To do that, it's an architecture that a lot of people use for Maui apps. And then we talk about how to navigate between pages, how to actually get the location of your phone that you're running this on, and then say what the closest monkey is. And then some other cool things with theming and making the collection view more performant and doing some more things.
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of really cool stuff in here. And I would highly recommend taking the time to do it or going through and watching the actual 4-hour walkthrough on YouTube that our friend James Montemagno recorded. So feel free to do that. Tons of resources here and tons of resources back in my PowerPoint, which I will play from current slide, including, again, the link to the GitHub that we were using for today, which will have not only the basic start and finish projects that we just had, but also links to that full 4, 6, 8 hour workshop, whatever you want it to be. The learn page for Maui itself. So you can go through and click through our docs. This is another link to that workshop, the full workshop. And then, of course, a link to our learn training path, which is like a very guided, like you watch the video, you go along with it. It's kind of like a really long version of this, exploring some different Maui concepts. So another thing, this is the Student Zone. So you can go see all of the other amazing Student Zone talks and repositories that are available to you. With this first link here, there is a certification now for C#. So if you are totally new to C# entirely and you kind of liked what you saw today, you can actually go through and click through this and get a certification that says that you did the intro to C# stuff and you kind of know your way around, which is really cool. There's also, of course, the .NET Beginner video series, which I would highly recommend if you're just getting started with .NET. And definitely tune in for .NET Conf for the rest of the week. There are 3 days of sessions, and Wednesday through Thursday, it goes through the whole night. So we have people from all over the world sharing.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing, right?
24-hour, it's wild.
It's so cool. And I'll be hosting. I should be hosting one of these days. I don't know which day, but I will be. So you'll see.
And it'll be fun. Yeah.
It will be fun. And that's that. Becky, do you have any parting thoughts for our friends here?
Man, I'm excited to see what people create with this. And then we gave you a little monkey finder app, But if you go through this workshop, it's going to give you so many skills that you can take to build your own apps. Okay, maybe you're not that interested in finding monkeys, and like, we won't be offended. It's okay. But like, the tools that you learn in this workshop are just like really, really valuable. So definitely excited to see what people make. And if you do make something, like, post it on social media and like tag us, and we'll find it. We'll give you some high fives. It'll be great.
Yeah, we always share these things with our team, like when we see people building Maui apps. So tweet them or X them or threads them or Mastodon them, toot them. I don't know. There's too many now.
Instagram them.
Instagram them. That's
Does
also
.NET
valid.
have an Instagram? They do.
Yeah, and .NET has a TikTok.
And the TikTok, I think, is more active.
You should TikTok them. Actually, that'd be pretty cool.
You can tag people on TikTok.
Yeah, but we're also here to answer any questions. You can hit us up. These are our Twitter/X handles, but our names are the same on all social media. You can find us. Also, this is my GitHub handle.
Yeah.
And feel free to like join in live for any of the .NET Conf sessions and ask your questions in the chat there. We do live Q&A at the end of every session. So that's a great way to interact with the team. And definitely, like Becky said, let us know what you build. And if you like using Maui, how you like using the VS Code extension, how you like using Visual Studio, anything, we're happy to hear.
Yeah, we love hearing from you guys. And like, also, if we don't have something that you want, if you're jonesing for something, let us know. So we want to make Maui awesome for you.
Yeah, sweet. So that's it. Thank you for joining, and enjoy .NET Conf, everybody. Bye.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Super happy to be here. Hey, Rachel, how are you?
Hi, Bruno.
Thanks for joining. And hey, I'm looking forward for this one. This is the small interviews that we have in between sessions, and I am super passionate about this. I'm not going to do a spoiler, so I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself so we can start speaking.
Sounds good. So hi, everyone. I'm Rachel. I take she, her, hers. I'm in my bedroom right now. On my left is my closet. On my right is my wall of photos. And I'm wearing like a pinkish reddish sweater. It's my actually Women in Computer Science sweater from when I was in college. So that's me.
Hey, thanks. And I really appreciate when people take the time to describe where you are, to describe yourself, to do something like this. And this is super related to what we are going to talk today. And can you explain us a little more about the importance of what we call D&I, both for students, beginners, and general public?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about D&I, there's diversity, that's the D part, and then there's inclusion, which is the I part. And sometimes we also talk about an extra letter E for equity. So diversity usually refers to representing people from all different backgrounds and experiences. The inclusion part is about making sure we foster an environment where all of these diverse voices feel valued and included. And then E, the equity part, is about making sure that everyone, regardless of their background and experience, has equal opportunity and access to various opportunities and resources. So that's like those are the basic definitions of those three letters. But what it's all about really is ensuring that every single voice is always being represented, heard, and made to feel like they're respected and that they are feeling like they belong right at home. Okay, that was a bunch of definitions and jargon, but what really does that mean? It's for example, how we have friends who come from all different backgrounds and experiences, and our life is enriched because of it, right? We share stories with our friends all the time about the different ways we grew up, or, maybe their favorite food is different from my favorite food, and you find a new food that you enjoy, or things like that. Exchanging our different backgrounds and experiences in our life really enriches our own lives as well. And it's really important that we extend this philosophy not only amongst our family and friends, but also at work and also in technology, especially what we're building. So, yeah.
Hey, I like it. I really like it. I really believe also that having these diverse teams, mostly at work, I'm going to focus mostly at work, really add a new value, really add something that is sometimes for me it's hard to tell, but it's there, and I love it. And I probably can't find the word to describe it. But can you share an example of how applying this? I don't know if I'm going to say a way of work, but applying these D&I principles that, in example, we have here, benefits a company, benefits a team, benefits the outputs. Do you have any ideas about this?
Yeah, absolutely. There's infinite examples, especially at Microsoft, of how we practice D&I, both through how we treat each other at work and also through the technology that we build. So I guess I can speak a little bit on both parts. So in terms of how we work together, at Microsoft, we have tons of different ERGs, employee resource groups, based on different identities. And that really helps all of us to learn more about different lived experiences through various events and educational initiatives. So that's one example of how we practice it, just allyship in our day-to-day as people and employees. In terms of the technology we build, so I work on .NET MAUI, and I personally am really passionate about accessibility in the realm of diversity and inclusive design practices. And what that means is ensuring that .NET MAUI, and also with any technology we build, is accessible to every single person, regardless of how they interface with technology. We have people who use our .NET MAUI apps solely through screen readers. We have people who access them solely through using a keyboard, and that might be experiences different from what many people are used to, but it's still important experiences to consider and to design for when we're building our technologies. So that's an example how we practice on .NET MAUI, but even in other parts of Microsoft, for example, Microsoft Teams, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, the raise hand feature in Microsoft Teams, for example, was initially built with neurodiversity in mind, but now it's extended to a feature that all of us really benefit from. Similarly, with closed captioning, that's a feature across multiple technologies that was initially designed to benefit people who are deaf, but now it's a solution that everyone benefits from. So there's this philosophy of, design for one, but extend to many, because really the best technical solutions benefit every single person.
Hey, I love it. And I really like what you just said. I will probably add this in a label in the talk, something designed for one, but stand for everyone. I really love it. Rachel, thanks a lot. Thanks for being here. We are also in the .NET Conf Student Zone, so connected to .NET is amazing. And see you next one.
Bye. Thanks for
We're going to make a classic paddle game with C#. I am Michael A. Hawker, and while I am an engineer by day, I've been working in the industry for over a decade. I am a game designer and developer by night. It is a passion of mine. I've done a number of projects in this space. I've created a mobile puzzle game. I've created a programming game. I've even kickstarted my own board game. But this summer, I started tinkering with Godot and C# and wanted to kind of share what I've learned with you today and how we can make games together. So what is Godot? Godot is a free cross-platform open source game engine. It can be used to create 2D or 3D games or any combination there in between. And it supports programming with their built-in scripting language, C++, and of course, why we're here today is C#. And the community also supports to various other levels, different programming languages. So there's a little bit of something here for everyone. And if you've played any of these hit games lately, such as Brotato, Cassette Beasts, Dome Keeper, you've actually already seen what Godot can do to create games. There are pretty awesome things out there that have been made with this engine. And a little tidbit is it's named after the play Waiting for Godot. So that's where the name comes from. So if you are familiar with Unity at all already and migrating to Godot, or just also to introduce you to some of the terminology here in Godot itself today, if you've done neither, then I wanted to kind of introduce some of this terminology you'll hear a lot during this talk. So scenes represent everything that you're going to see on the screen for your game. So that's kind of similar between Unity and Godot. The other thing you'll hear a lot in Unity is called prefabs, and these are objects that you're going to be putting on the screen or dynamically creating with your code. And in Godot, it's also just a scene. So scenes really encapsulate anything you're either going to see on the screen or that you're going to create multiple copies of within your game. So it's pretty straightforward from that standpoint. You'll see a theme here with Godot as well. In Unity, you have game objects, which represent those things that you're putting within your scene and something that you're going to manipulate within the game world. And in Godot, those are called nodes. And similarly in Unity, you have game objects that have these things that are added with components that kind of describe the behavior in them. And in Godot, they're just nodes. So pretty much in Godot, everything is a node. You're creating this hierarchy of a tree of nodes that represent the different things within your game. So you might have a player that's a physical object, and then within it, it has a node that represents the visual display of that object, as well as the shape of how it's going to interact with different physical objects. Maybe it plays positional audio, it has a camera following it. So all those different things are going to be different nodes that construct this hierarchy within the tree. And then all of those can be encapsulated within a scene that's displayed on the screen, but you can also encapsulate any of those other subparts within their own scene. So if you wanted to have multiple enemies, you can make an enemy a scene and then use that multiple times within your other scenes. So everything's kind of composited and boils down to a node within Godot. So it's pretty straightforward, but it makes it really easy and flexible to do whatever you need to and construct things however you'd like within the editor. So to get us started, I have a template that I've created for .NET New, which works with Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, and that I've tested with the latest Godot engine on Windows. It makes it super simple for us just to get started and hook up our debugger and be all set for game development. So there's a GitHub repository here. It's also on NuGet, so we're just going to use the .NET New tool directly from the command line to get us started. So let's go gadget Godot and dive into working with the game engine. We're just going to go to their website, godotengine.org. And you can see it's the game engine we've been waiting for. Brotato's in the background there. We're going to download their latest version here. And if we look on this page, there's a Godot engine .NET. And so this is the version we actually want to download to be able to use C# for our development. So I'm going to click on this, and it's going to download the zip file. And if I open this up and look in here, we have an executable. And so we're going to want to copy and extract this to somewhere on our hard drive. I've actually already done that. So I've just created this folder and copied Godot here. And if I double click on this executable, it's going to open up the Godot engine. You can see it's the first time we're running it here. It's going to say, hey, we don't have any projects. Would we like to open the asset library? I'm just going to cancel that for now because we're going to use this template to help us get started with C# development in Godot. You can see one thing the template needs is Godot's location. So to do this, we can follow these step-by-step instructions. I'll go through that quickly here. But this lets us easily kind of share between different projects, or if we're working with other people, we don't have to hard code the location of Godot within our project. We can just have this environment variable set up. And so to do that, we need to copy the location of Godot. So we're going to come in here. We're going to shift right click, actually. That's going to give us this copy as path option. And then if you search in your start menu for edit environment variables for your account, that'll bring up this dialog. We can click new and then type in Godot 4 and paste in that path, right? So once we click OK, and whenever we open up terminal or VS Code in the future now, we'll have access to those variables. So if I go and look at this variable within my terminal that I already had open because I had already set this up beforehand, we can see I have the path to where Godot is installed. And so now we can just use .NET new install, and I can use the name of that template, micware.godot.net.blank template. And so it's going to pull that template down from NuGet, and we can see it gives us this new template, Godot.net. And so now we can just type in .NET new, Godot net, and then we're going to use -n to give it a name. I'm just going to call this Godot paddle. And then we can use code to just open this up in Visual Studio Code. So now we have Visual Studio Code open. We have a few different things. At first, there's going to be some recommendations for extensions that are usable by this template for doing C# and Godot development in VS Code. I've already installed those. But you can see we have a Godot project file. We've got our main scene and C# file that this is kind of template set up for us. We've got an icon, and then we've got our C# project and solution files. And we have our VS Code config here as well. And then Godot creates this directory for its own internal use, so you never really have to worry about that one. Inside the launch config for Visual Studio Code, you can actually see where this environment variable is used to point out to Visual Studio Code where Godot was installed. If you didn't want to use the environment variable, you could also just paste in and replace the quoted value here with that path. And then that should be everything that you need there. You can actually see that the language service for Godot isn't connected because we don't have the editor open. Before we kind of get started with debugging in Visual Studio Code, we have to make sure we've loaded the project at least once in Godot. So I'm going to go and click the import button here. And so now I can just go to that folder where I've created my project and open this up within the editor. So within the editor here, we need to do one piece of configuration in the editor menu and editor settings. If we want to use our external editor, we're just going to scroll down here on the left to .NET and select editor. And here we have external editor, and we want to select Visual Studio Code. You can see if you wanted to use Visual Studio, you could select that. If you disable this setting, it's just going to use Godot's built-in script editor, but we're just going to leave this as Visual Studio Code because I changed that earlier in my settings. And so now here we have the main Godot window. We have our main scene here, which was automatically loaded. You can see that from the file system down below here in this tab. And then this represents our game screen, right? So this little bounding box here that you can faintly see represents what the window and viewport into our game. And so I can pan around here using the space button. I can zoom in and zoom out. So it just kind of gives me that viewport to navigate into the world. If I want to actually see what's in this game scene, I can see that in the scene tab. So you can see here we have this root node, which has a script attached. That's our actual main.cs. And then we have this sprite icon here as well. If we hover over this icon, we can actually see the C# file that we've attached to this root node here. And if we click on something, we can actually see in the inspector the properties, right? So we have a sprite 2D here, which inherits from node 2D and then inherits from canvas item. So this kind of shows you the composition of the node that you've selected on and allows you to edit properties. So you can see position here as being set. We could use this little reset icon if we want to change, reset back to the default value if we want, but I'm just gonna leave that for now. So we've got Godot set up. We can go back to Visual Studio Code. We can hit retry here, and now that language service, if you're doing anything with their built-in scripting language in the future in Visual Studio Code, will be all set. And we're going to open up our main scene C# file here that we attached. We can see I've put the template comes with a debug statement here. I can actually set a debug point in the margin, and now I can just hit F5, and you'll see that Visual Studio Code is building already. And it will launch our game. And there we go. It will automatically hit the breakpoint. And so if we now continue, we can actually see that that game loaded message from our debug statement is printed out into the console. And this ready method is just called whenever that node enters the scene for the first time, just like the comment in the template says. So we're all set up now. We can use Visual Studio Code for our game development in Godot. And so now we need to actually create a game. So one of the first things we need to do is for classic paddle game, we need to actually have some paddles that we want for the game. And we're going to have 2 of them, right? One for each player. So whenever we're thinking about if we want to add a node to an existing scene or create a new scene, we want to think, is this something that we're going to use probably more than once? And if that answer is yes, then we probably want to create a scene. So we want 2 paddles, so that's more than one thing. So we're going to create a scene. To do that, we're going to use this plus icon up at the top here. And that's going to give us some options, right? We can create a 2D scene, a 3D scene. We can just create some UI, or you can actually create a scene based on any other type of node that Godot supports. And that's what we're going to do here. We don't want to create a whole new screen of our game. We just want to create something that represents the paddle, this one physical object within our game. And so we're going to click on other node. That's going to bring up the create new node window. You can see we have the 2D, we have the control, the 3D, we have all the different types of nodes we could create. And we're going to click in here, and at the top, there's collision objects and physics bodies. So these are all the different things that can interact with the physics engine. So rather than doing a bunch of math, we're going to kind of offload all of the math or most of the math to the physics engine in Godot. And make use of these types of nodes to help us. So there's things like our static bodies. These are things that don't move in the game world. We have rigid bodies, which are things that we want the physics engine to control. So that could be maybe something good for the ball. We'll look at that later. And then we have character bodies, which we can see here are some things that are moved by a script. So we're going to have paddles. We want the player to control those. So we need some script there to actually handle that input and move it. So character body seems like a good choice for us. And like anything in game development or development in general, there's lots of different ways to do things and how we could create this. But this seems like a good starting point here for us in our first project. So I'm just going to double click on that. And we can see we have a character body. It's going to have a little warning. It says that the node has no shape. And so, right, and if we zoom in the editor with the zoom controls, we can actually use this little icon in the top left to center back on the origin. But there's nothing here, right? We want to actually have, that paddle, right? We want to display a paddle. We want it to have some physicality to it. So we need to actually add more nodes here to give this some substance. So I'm going to right click, I'm going to add child node. I'm going to go back into our 2D nodes, right? We're making a 2D game. And I'm actually going to select polygon 2D. And so this is going to let us draw a polygon we're actually going to be able to see within the engine. And you can see these new tools appeared. This is going to let me create a node or a polygon within the editor. So I can just create a rough paddle here and close that. Now, this isn't very rectangular or square. And, I could fiddle around here and move these points, but that's going to be hard to make perfectly rectangular. So what I can do is I can go over to the inspector, right? I can look at the polygon 2D properties, and we have this data that I can open here. And this represents the polygon. You can see there's some values set because we created those in the editor. And a lot of properties in Godot, you can actually expand if you click on them. So now you can see we actually have the 4 different points in here. And so if I actually set these values, I can kind of more precisely define the bounds of my paddle here to actually be completely rectangular. And then, however, this is just the visual, right? And we need to tell the physics engine what are the actual parameters for this physical object. So we're going to add a child node, and we're going to come into the node list, and we're going to look at these 2 options for collisions. We have a polygon, which is what we created, but we also have shape. And since we just created a rectangle, and we're actually going to select the shape one, that's going to add this new node. And we can see over here we have a shape that's currently empty. We're going to click on here and select rectangle shape. That's going to give this little blue box that we can start expanding, and we can actually make this the same size as our visual. And so now the visual representation of the object and the physical representation for the physics engine are going to be the same. So I'm going to save this now. And so just use Control S. I'm going to save it. I'm going to name it paddle. And so now we have a scene called paddle. It showed up in our file system. And now I can go to the root node and I can click on add script. And of course, we're going to want to change the language here from Godot script to C#. And you can see there's some basic templates here. There's one that assumes you're creating a character for a platformer. We're going to use that actually as a base. We can see the name is paddle.c#. That's fine. We're going to create. This is going to automatically open Visual Studio Code as our external editor here. I could optionally add a namespace here if I want. This isn't really important. It's really for your own organization. Godot doesn't really matter or look into the C# namespaces. But you can see here that we've inherited from that root node. So our root node we selected was character body 2D. That's the same class that our code will inherit from, and we can kind of really composite things with C# however we would like. We can have one of these classes used for multiple scenes. We can have multiple classes for each scene. We can kind of prescribe however we want in our game to whatever needs we need. So there's a lot of flexibility there, which you'll get more comfortable with as you work with C# and Godot. Now, this assumes, like I said, that you're creating a platformer game. You have a character, you can move left and right and be jumping and affected by gravity. We just have a paddle, we want to move up and down. So we're going to delete our jump and gravity code here. And same here for this code that's being handled in this physics process method. So this is run basically all the time in the background for helping process physics. And there's this input helper called input get vector. And this is just going to take the input from Godot and give us a vector that represents its direction. And rather than using the x coordinates for left and right, we're going to use the y coordinates for up and down. And so we're just going to change that here. And then we're going to set that changed velocity back. And then this move and slide kind of does all the magic for us automatically from Godot. So we can save this script now, and we can go back to the editor. We can save our scene. Right now that we've attached that script here, we can see that's attached to the root there. And if we go back to our main scene, we can now just drag this paddle into our scene. And there's our paddle. We can move it within the scene here. And we actually want 2 paddles, right? So we can actually just right click and do duplicate. And now we have a second paddle in our game that has the same exact behavior as our first one, right? Maybe we'll name this right paddle, and I can just double click and name this left paddle. And now let's run it, see what happens. And so here's our game. I can hit left or up and down, right? We change from left and right to up and down, and we have our paddles that can move. Perfect, right? Next step is to add the ball. So the ball, we just have one of, and so we don't really need to create a whole new scene for that. So I'm just going to do the work to add the ball in our main scene here. So I'm going to go to our node 2D. I'm going to add another child node. And we want this to be a physics object as well, right? We talked about the physics objects and looking at the physics body. We want to actually have this be controlled by the physics engine. So we're going to make this a rigid body. And so I just put that at the top here. I can name it ball, right? And then let's use this icon. I can just drag that into the ball to represent the visual. This might be a little bit larger, so I can shrink it down. I can hold shift to make sure it stays square, right? And it's in the middle. But one thing we'll note is there's this other little crosshair up here. And that's actually where the ball is. Right now we can see it's highlighted in red. So the icon is offset. So every node can kind of have its own local position within the editor. So we're actually just going to go over to the position here and reset it. So that way everything is centrally located here. And this is kind of how you want to set up most objects initially, right? I can zoom and then use this little icon to center. So now we can see our ball. And then we'll move it back after when we're ready to have it where we actually want it to start in the scene. So I'm going to right click on the ball again. We're going to add another child node, right? And we need to add that collision shape, right? We want to make sure that the ball has some boundaries that the physics engine knows, right? That represents what the visual that we're currently displaying is. So I'm going to add that again. I'm going to go over to the shape. I'm going to click and select rectangle shape, right? This gives me this light blue box, and I can just drag that over here. Now, of course, I could load an image that's an actual circle and then make this a circle if I wanted, just doing this for simplicity. But now we have this this ball that has a visual and a collision, right? So we can zoom out and we want to move it over here. Now, if I start dragging, you can see it's actually grabbed the collision shape. I'm going to hit Control Z and undo. So I'm going to select the ball, and then I'm going to go to the move mode here. And so this is going to give me these handles, right? And so that way I'm actually moving this entire node. So now that way everything is moved together. So just something to be aware of when you're moving nodes around, that you're making sure you're moving the actual node that you want. So in this case, I want to move the parent ball rather than its visual or physical properties for the physics engine. Great. So now that we have a ball, we want to add another script to this as well. And you can see it's remembered that we're doing C# development. So I can create a ball, and this is now inheriting from rigid body 2D, and we have the ready method. So when it enters the scene, we want this ball to go somewhere. So we're going to use a method called apply impulse, and what this is going to do is tell the physics engine to just basically shove this ball in a direction. And so to do that, we're going to grab a unit vector. So it doesn't really matter which one. But we're going to rotate it. We're going to use this rotated method. And so basically, we're going to take this little vector and we're going to rotate it in a random direction, right? Because that's what we want. And so if we look at how many radians are in a circle, right? Any direction we could go, that's 2 pi. So we're just going to use the Godot method for random. Randf is going to give us a value between 0 and 1. And then we're just going to multiply that by 2. And by pi. And so that's basically going to give us our random direction, right? We're saying, give us a random number between 0 and 1, multiply that by, whichever angles we can go within a circle. And, we're going to rotate a unit vector from that way. But that's going to be super tiny, right? We want to have some oomph to it. So we need to multiply this entire vector that we've created by a value. So I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to say, multiply that by 300. So this is just going to give some initial force to the ball. And so now if we run this, I could have also just hit F5 in VS Code. We can see that the ball has gone down in a random direction. If I run it again, it should go in a different direction. There we go. It seems like there's a little bit of a curve to it. It's also just going off the screen, which we don't want. See, it went up and down. So that's curious. We actually want to go into our project settings now, and down below there's physics and 2D, and you can actually see there's some default gravity value, right? We don't want gravity in our paddle game, and so we're going to turn that off. And so now when we hit play, we should be able to see the ball go in a direction, and it's just going to stay going in that direction. But it was also going off the screen, right? So rather than trying to worry about where it actually is, we can actually just use the physics engine again to help us with this. We're going to add another child node, and now this time we're going to use another physics entity. We're going to use a static body, right? This represents a fixed space on our level, and we're going to add another child node, right? Because we need to give it a shape. So we're going to use collision shape again, and I'll zoom in here. And then I'm going to select rectangle, right? And so now I can take this rectangle and we can just basically create this barrier at the top of our game, right? And then I can duplicate this shape. I could also duplicate the body, but it's easiest just to duplicate the shape. And there we go. So now this represents a wall on the top and the bottom of our level. And so here we go. We can see the ball has now stopped, but it also did not bounce. The physics engine is also now to the rescue. If we go click on our ball, we can go into all the properties for rigid body 2D, and we can actually see there's this physics material. This represents the properties of the ball. We can just click and create a new material and then click on it again. You can see there's friction. We don't want any friction for our ball. We also want it to bounce. And so now, if with just those simple changes, we've manipulated the physical properties of the ball, and we can see that it's bouncing off of our paddles and the walls. Everything is looking good. It is seemingly slowing down, so that's another problem. By default, there's this thing called linear damping, and it kind of represents kind of a rough idea of friction within the world. Over time, everything will slow down and kind of come to a stop. And we don't really want that for our ball as well. So we're going to go back down into our ball properties, look at linear, and by default, it's just going to combine whatever you've set here to the default. We're just going to replace it and then just keep it as 0. So we're going to have no dampening of any kind on our ball, so it'll always maintain its velocity. And so now, once the ball goes, it will continue going and will bounce. And there's our basic paddle game. And so from here, that's kind of all the time we've got for now, but I will be continuing this talk at .NET Conf. And so from there, we'll kind of look at how we can look at different messages and kind of create scoring, and maybe kind of shore up some of the physics a little bit with how the ball collides with the paddle and making sure that that doesn't happen, and maybe giving the ball a little bit more speed when you hit it type things. I might add a little bit of those extra details into the sample that will be shared, and I can actually just thank you for your time and joining me here today. And if you want any of those resources, the repository with this demo code is up in the repository here. There's other resources here you can use. And of course, be sure to catch me at .NET Conf as well. We'll take this project and start adding some scoring and doing a little bit more with some C# directly. And there we go.
Hello everyone, welcome back to .NET Conf Student Zone. I am Pablo Lopez, Global Cloud Advocate at Microsoft. I deal with AI, a lot of programming, development application, especially .NET. .NET is an amazing platform that you can learn everything and anything. And you, as a student, no matter how level you are, we are always a student, we are here to help you to know a little bit more about .NET and bringing amazing talks for you. So now we're talking with Eric. Eric, say hello to everyone. How are you today?
Hello, everyone. Eric here. So I am Eric Mwenda. I am a .NET and also a game developer. I'm also a student, actually. I just graduated my computer science degree, and I'm actually continuing to be a student, taking my master's in computer science. And being a student has proven to have quite lots of advantages, especially when it comes to Microsoft. I have received so many good things from Azure, from .NET. solely being a student. So just stick along, and we'll share with you how you can integrate, you can leverage on everything as you are a student, and also how you can use .NET with game development. So yeah, so I'm here for the session.
Excellent. So how are you feeling of using .NET for games? I know you're a game developer. So how are you feeling of using .NET for that? And what is your experience of .NET?
So my experience with .NET. So I think the first question is, why did I even choose .NET? So apparently, I had actually tried other frameworks and other languages to maybe sort of work around my backend. But I did try to find some hitches in how the workflow was being managed in everything. But when I tried .NET, the first glance, I just fell in love with it. I just fell in love with how the workflow of .NET, C#, and also C# that I was using writing my game was coming up, was just integrating quite well. And so .NET has proven to be quite robust, and also it has so many tools that make the work simpler and also make the work more effective. We're talking about things like separation of concerns, and also all the features that it has to integrate with the cloud, with the Azure cloud, and also with all these systems such as the Link, and also different systems. So it has been so good to use, and it has also proven to be quite robust in everything that I am doing with game development.
Oh, thank you so much. So that's lovely. Can you show some examples that you made with .NET?
Oh yeah. I actually have some things that I've worked on in game development with .NET. So one of the most recent projects is a project that I worked on for teaching kids. It's a learning game to teach kids, and when I created that first and shared it with different schools and different teachers, I did tend to find that the students were really enjoying the game. They were really enjoying the game. But now the teachers were a bit skeptical, because all what the students could do was just to play the games. So I liaised with some different teachers, and they told me that they would maybe need some input in this game. So that's where I decided that maybe I can incorporate teachers to my game, and make now teachers to control what happens in the game. And now I actually decided to create a portal where teachers could actually upload questions to the games, and also with the technologies that I used, I solely decided to use .NET because of how clean it is. So yeah, I have such a project to show you. So can I share my screen or something?
Of course, share for everyone to see. So Eric, tell me more about your game. I see that you developed it in Unity. How has been your experience developing it?
So first things first, I would love to say that it has been quite a pleasure to just work with C# in Unity. This is because it has offered me so much robustness and so much features that I can barely exhaust, and I can barely just maybe cover for my imagination. So I had just an imagination of maybe one day I could create an interactive book to maybe complement what the actual book looks like. And with C# and Unity, I was able to create this book, which contains different games that the students can learn in a much more interactive way. other than what they maybe learn in school. And also this is way much more fun because it encompasses both the teacher and the students, as you will see how the teacher plays their role in this game. So yeah, it has been good. It has taken it hasn't taken quite a long time because C# has done most of the work because it has offered me with so many tools and so many functions that have saved so much of my time. So yeah.
That's really exciting. Can you show a little bit of a demo of your game right now?
Yeah, so let me just show you how a demo of how the game works. So basically, when we run the game, it's an actual book. It's a book in which you can actually flip pages, and you can also just each page contains a particular game that is maybe that the kids learn in school for each maybe topic or subject or unit. So you'll find that there are maybe counting games, there are addition games, there are also matching games. So it just starts with asking for your name. So let me input my name. My name is Eric, and the game tells me that the book is actually flippable, so you can see the table of contents where if you click on any of them, the book will actually flip to the page where the game is present. So yeah, so if you maybe want to play the fine number game, you can actually click that and it goes to the fine number game. And let's actually start with this fine number game, see how it works. So when I start the game, the character will tell me, hey Eric, show me all number 99. So this is C# working on the backend to find the number 89. So if they click the number 33, it will show you that that was not number 89 that you are asked. So you have to click number 89 and number 89, and yeah, you win that. So you can actually manually flip on these games. But the game that I wanna focus majorly on is this teacher's game, because this game encompasses both the teacher and the student. So yeah. So what do you think overall about the project itself?
So how does teacher modes work?
Oh yeah. So exactly. So now, initially, how the teacher's game used to work, it was just an addition game. So if I start the game, it's actually a 3D game that will take you to this forest where, as you can see, it's actually a 3D game. So when we reach somewhere like here, the game shoots a question, and you can actually pause to solve the question. So it asks you what is 7 plus 2, and then it displays the answer. So if maybe we choose maybe 7 plus 2 is 5, we won't be able to pass this stage. So it will go back, and we have to choose the correct answer, which is 9. And yeah, the correct answer is 9. And when we choose the 9, we get this invincible feature where we can just fly through objects. So this is to encourage the kids to answer correctly. And yeah, so when we just have a few of the gameplay, we'll reach somewhere where it now shoots another question. So initially, this is how the game used to work. Okay, the all this is C# generating random math from the background, and also just instantiating the answers and also doing the math to calculate and also detect collisions. So what I added to this game now was the full teacher's control. The questions that you have seen can now be tailored by the teacher.
That's an amazing thing. So how can we generate this random, you see that we have random operations. How you do it to be randomic to the student and the game can generate that on the fly while in the game?
Let me open the script that actually controls the game so that you can see how maybe the numbers are generated and also how they are set to different text boxes, text fields that are in the game. So yeah, so as you have seen from the game that the numbers were being generated randomly. Mm-hmm. And I want to show you how I'm generating those numbers using C#. So as you can see, I have a function called ask the question. So this function is called when an invisible trigger, the player triggers it. It calls this function, and when this function is called, I randomize the first number to be between the range of 1 to 11. And the second number to be the same case, it be a random number between 1 and 11, but the 11 is normally exclusive, so it's from 1 to 10. So here I'm saying that if the first number that has been generated is greater than 5, I'm saying that the second number will be a less number. So I'll generate the second number as a lesser number than the first number. And the same case happens to the second number. If it's greater than 5, I make the first number. So here we are testing if now we are in the teacher's mode. So teacher's mode is where the teacher can actually set those numbers. If we are not in teacher's mode, so we were not playing in teacher's mode, so we didn't have to set this. So this one we are using a queue. And to get the numbers, we dequeue whatever the teacher had set. So we dequeue the first and the second number. We ask now the question. The question will be displayed using, these are to display the text that asks the question. You can see that I'm setting the font size to 150 and also the color to red. It was evident in the game. So, and then this is what will now display the question. So first number plus second number is equals to what? The student now has to answer that number now based on the total. So basically that's how I actually randomize and actually create a random addition question. But as you can see, this is meant for the lower grade kids because I am not using very large numbers. But if I wanted to use large numbers like 100, I could have said maybe the first number should be 10 and maybe goes up to 101. That will now generate from 10 to 100. So
one thing that I want to know, it's about the Mac experience, because I noticed that using a Mac. So how has been, it's normally not usual that people use .NET with Mac. So how has been your experience with developing with a Mac?
Oh my, it hasn't been quite smooth because I also have a Windows computer, but now it's just a bit, it doesn't have as much RAM as my MacBook has. But developing with .NET on the Windows computer was actually easier because I had some software such as the SQL Server Management Studio, which unfortunately isn't present on the MacBook. But with the Mac now, I have the Azure Data Studio. This Azure Data Studio, as you will see, it's actually working perfectly as SSMS would work. And also I have Visual Studio too. As you can see, my Visual Studio is doing well. So I think .NET is quite robust in all platforms. And as you can see, I am working on Mac and it's actually working perfectly. I have another project on Windows and it also works perfectly. So I think .NET, it's just robust in all platforms, be it Linux, be it Windows, be it MacBook.
One thing is that I noticed in your game that you have, while the addition are random, I was thinking about the blocks themselves. I was asking about Unity because I noticed that you have to generate their numbers on Unity. So can you show that part? Or I know it's the function below that because I saw some function name rows.
Yeah. So that is just to display those. This is just to now set the answers. So this will set the answers to the text meshes. These are now the 3D space text meshes. So I switch. Since there are 3 text meshes on the 3D space, I switch between one of them and choose between the 3. I choose just one that will contain the correct answer. So it will be a random number between 1 and 3. So that's why I have here 1 and 4. So I'm literally randomizing everything. So you can see that in case we get maybe like number 1, case 1 now, it means that the middle side will have the correct answer. So the left, we set the left to that number, total plus we add another random number to the total. So that, like, I am using so much randomization in order to display the answer. So you can see the answer left. This is the left choice answer. It will have an answer of the total plus a random number. Maybe if the total we found here was maybe 7, the left answer will contain 7 plus a random number, maybe 3. So 7 plus 3, which is 10. So the answer middle will now contain the actual total. And then the right answer will contain the total 7 plus another random number, be it maybe 2, 7 plus 2, which is 9. So this will contain 10, and then this will contain 7, which is the correct answer. And then this will contain how do we call it? This will contain 9 because it was 7 plus 2. So basically that's what happens here and also here.
So any final considerations on how has been, I see that you really like .NET with, game development and everything that you're putting here. So any final considerations to someone who wants to become a game developer, and what is the future on a lot of things? What are the considerations on the future of .NET?
Yeah, so I think working with .NET has been quite good. It has been quite a robust framework to work on my backends. And as you can see here, I have used different design patterns. So for this case, to create the teacher's functionality to be able to add questions to the game, I have used the repository pattern. And also used services to create. These are the different API methods that the teacher can now use to create questions. So you as you can see, the teacher can add questions, and also you can also retrieve all questions, and also create a teacher, and also create sessions. So there's so much to explore with .NET and game development, and I seek on leveraging this further, and also working on the game much more as I add more and more features. So yeah, I didn't get the chance to show you how the teacher's portal work, but
yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, so that's about it.
Have any suggestions for someone that wants to become a game developer?
As you have seen that working with .NET and with game development is quite easy. So I would actually encourage different people to, aspiring game developers to try out working with .NET. This is because of all the features that it has to offer, it will teach you the industry standards to be a very good programmer. And also, it will give you all the amazing tools that it has to offer. So just go ahead and try .NET today to create your backends, be it in game development and also in building web applications or general APIs. It has so many features to leverage. So .NET now and forever. Yeah.
Okay. .NET and forever. Thanks, Eric, for appearing here at .NET Conf Student Zone. Thank you for watching this small series on .NET Conf. Don't worry, we're gonna still have .NET Conf tomorrow as well, but the real .NET Conf. But for now, this is Pablo Lopez for Microsoft. Thanks for watching.
And this is Eric. Thanks for watching.
Cool. So hello, everyone. Welcome to our session. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm very happy to give a talk today at .NET Conf 2023 on coding a drone using .NET, ChatGPT AI, and flying it in mixed reality. I'm Zaid Zain. I am a spatial computing expert at a company called Ignore Gravity, and I'm a Microsoft MVP for mixed reality. So usually I love to begin with my talks with asking the audience who loves drones. So I hope to see or look forward to see many cool reactions. From my experience, I always know that drones, many people are enthusiastic about this topic. Yeah, so I will give you a glimpse on a small hobby project I got started with last year. So about myself, a few words. So I'm Zaid, based in Berlin. I'm an MVP for mixed reality. I love engaging with tech and developer communities on a local and global base. And if you are enthusiastic about, interested in topics around development, mixed reality, Unity development, hit me up and let's throw together and a developer party somewhere. So everything began last year, I think, around November. So I had the HoloLens, mixed reality headset by Microsoft, and I recently bought then the Telodrone. One of the big questions I asked myself, how can I basically merge these two very interesting and exciting mediums? And imagining ourselves, you wear an immersive technology headset, having this feeling of Iron Man, giving people superpowers, so XR superpowers. So to be able then to control the drone either with your voice, gestures, or doing like some cool, amazing moves to manipulate the drone behaviors. So this is when this idea came to my mind, and when I started looking how we can implement this topic, we came to the following playground. So we need to bring into the game different tools, different approaches that can allow us to control the Telo basically using mixed reality. So first things first, I will come to that in a bit. During that time, also it was the hype of ChatGPT. So I thought just taking the documentation that DJI offers, and then just throwing it into ChatGPT and seeing what comes basically then to life. And the response was really promising, more or less. So I did not really understand that what was actively described in the documentation. I did not have a clear path how I want to get started with. So I thought of using ChatGPT as a tool to get inspired to how can I bring this approach to life, and going beyond my creativity. So I'm against of this old topic that okay, AI and ChatGPT will take our jobs or something, but I'm always thinking of this as an opportunity to go out of our boundaries and be creative, get inspired by the certain approaches, ideas that come there to life. The other topic we are scoping on is Unity 3D. Unity 3D is a game engine that is used to develop games. For example, augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality games. And it always couples with different frameworks to bring certain applications into different mediums. So if you want to develop an application for mixed reality or technologies like the HoloLens, we'll come back in a bit what exactly the HoloLens is. We use a framework called Mixed Reality Toolkit, MRTK. It's an open source project that provides developers predefined scripts, UX UI designs that enables developers, designers, and tech-interested people to get easily onboarded developing experiences across the mixed reality spectrum. So we see here MRTK already provides hand menus, for example, different buttons, and certain scripts that allow us to make certain objects interactable. So you don't need to be a highly skilled developer to get started developing experiences for mixed reality. And with the help of ChatGPT, you can always get through the rounds. Exactly. So this is one really cool slide. I got inspired by my friend Bruno Capuano. He's a developer advocate at Microsoft who also inspired me to jump into coding drones and bridging this topic with mixed reality. So for now, we have here as an example for our approach, we are using the Tello drone. It is a programmable drone made by DJI, one of the leading drone manufacturers in China, which basically, if we want to code the drone, we can get information about its flight time, battery. We can get video feed from the drone. The drone also has some barometer sensors, so to calculate the height of the drone, and also automated or advanced automated systems like allowing the drone to automatically take off or to land. Exactly, and all of these parameters we can tweak within our coding journey. So in a nutshell, this is like the Tello drone. It is basically one of the very simple drones if you would like to get started with drones and coding drones, basically. And I think, if I'm not wrong, it costs around $99. Exactly. And one of the topics that inspired me to get started with this developer topic is I love to try and enable other developers, students to get started to get started into new areas. And imagining yourself, instead of on the command line hitting hello world, you can start interacting or doing certain gestures and then make the drone fly with easy coding. Exactly. So during my introduction, I mentioned the topic mixed reality and HoloLens several times. So I would love to give a brief overview on that topic as well. So when we speak about mixed reality, we need to define first what reality is. So reality is everything what we perceive with our human senses from the environment that we can either feel, see, hear, with our human sensory channels. So when all of these combinations come together, this is in a narrowed way what reality means. So when it comes to mixed reality, there are then two subcategories. We always have the physical world and the virtual world, and in between we have different types of medium realities, you name it. The most popular ones are augmented reality and virtual reality in AR and VR. So in AR, one of the most known examples you probably know or you played with is, for example, the game Pokemon Go. So sometime, I think in around 2016, 2017, people started going on the streets with their mobiles and started hunting for Pokemon. So here the user usually has his mobile and a camera, and then through the mobile screen, the camera activated, you can start seeing these virtual objects, the Pokemons that you can interact with through your mobile. So we are, in this case, enhancing the real world with digital content. When it comes to virtual reality, we are taking the user with all of his human senses into completely computer-generated environments. So the user is not anymore in the real world in this case. So he wears a headset like MetaQuest, for example, which supports virtual reality. So you can go, I don't know, you can go to Mars, hang out with Einstein, have a beer, have a cocktail somewhere in a cool environment you like. So all of your human senses is then concentrated on these virtual environments. And then if we come back and bring these two subcategories, these topics together, AR and VR, blend them together, we come back to mixed reality. So in this case, we have technologies like the HoloLens, mixed reality headset by Microsoft. So the user wears the HoloLens. So and I can see, for example, I can just see here I can see the real world because it has these transparent glasses, and then we get 3D objects into the environment. I'll show a glimpse into that in a bit. So, and also the HoloLens has on its surface 3D depth sensors that recognizes the environment, makes a scan of it, and then the HoloLens recognizes where it is. So the user can then grab certain objects and integrate these into the physical world. So the main difference basically between mixed reality and augmented reality is that with mixed reality, we are integrating digital content into the physical world. So here is like a small example how a user is able to interact with a hologram, for example. So through the hand tracking that the HoloLens offers, we have really natural ways of interacting with 3D objects. Just to give also a quick glimpse on where the HoloLens is applied in. So mainly in areas like remote service and maintenance and healthcare. So imagining yourself, you are an engineer, for example, in Berlin. you are having a challenge with one machine in a factory, then I can call my fellow engineer in the USA, and then we can jump into a virtual, like in a session where he can join me virtually, guiding me how to solve certain problems or challenges. He can assign certain documents, add also references, and draw on the screen that I have. So here we are seeing how this is being applied. And then we solved the problem very efficiently, fast, and collaborative without bringing other engineers, having them travel from A to B to solve certain problems. And also there is the cool area of healthcare. So in this case, we can imagine you are a surgeon, for example, and you can start beaming in different visualizations of a patient, like CT scans, X-rays. You can also get yourself some guidance or to operate on the patient. And also it's great, it creates more momentum to the doctor when he wants to explain to his patient on what is actually happening, because usually a patient loves to have a better understanding what is going to happen, or where is a certain operation going to happen. So maybe here patient and doctor are having a consulting in mixed reality and seeing these visualizations together in real time. So so that was a quick introduction on our about the topic of mixed reality, and coming back to the Tello now. So the very first thing I came across when I wanted to start coding the drone is this crazy and not very easy to understand documentation, unfortunately. And basically, to understand this better, it is divided in three areas. So the user, as a user, we need, or a developer, we need first. So we have here the architecture. We can send commands. We can receive feedback from the Tello. We can receive the state of the Tello, so like to get additional information about the height, for example. And we can also receive the video stream from Tello. In each step, we need to create a UDP client to send and receive messages to the Tello. So UDP is one of the mostly known protocols that support us to communicate between different entities. So in this case, we are always sending and receiving, let's say, strings from the Tello. And here on the right, we have all possible commands and parameters that we can adjust and send to the Tello. There is always certain ports assigned that our PC or our end device can hear on regarding the feedback we get from the drone. So to our demo purposes, I only focused now on the first part. But the cool part is here, like when I got started with this documentation, as maybe like you, when you have the first look on here, it's not even a library that DJI is offering. So you need basically to build everything from scratch based on this nice provided documentation. So the first thing I made is I just copied the architecture with the different steps outlined in there, and I threw this into ChatGPT to basically understand what are possible first steps I need to take in order to establish this the architecture and understand a little bit more what is happening. So here, basically, I asked ChatGPT to write me a C# script that implements the following architecture, basically to send and receive messages via UDP to certain port. We know the IP address of the drone. And then we kickstart this. So, and always before we start or being able to control the tello, you need always to connect your device. Let's say if we want to control the tello from the PC or from the HoloLens, we need always to connect the tello with or we need to connect our device with the tello's Wi-Fi. Exactly, and then you can start sending and receiving commands to the tello. Basically, this was then the very first step that our ghostwriter generated to us. So the main challenge to me was basically is, do I need to create these methods and functions by myself to send and receive the messages? I realized not. So in C# there are predefined libraries that can support us to achieve this this challenge. And here we so like as we mentioned before, so we need, if we want to send a message to the tello, we need to assign it a specific string, which is our command. And then we have another like a receive function that runs infinitely. So like so that our PC or the HoloLens can always continuously hear if the commands we sent arrived to the tello, or are these being able to be executed? Sometimes not. So as we are dealing with UDP, like many packages get lost. So that's why it's always needed, like to see if we get a feedback from the end device. So yeah, that's basically it, and we can now jump into Unity and have a closer look on on how this basically looks like. Yeah, so this is Unity, and we see here, yeah, like the Unity user interface. Here we see the hierarchy, and the hierarchy contains all game objects that we need to have in our experience. So I created here through the components of MRTK like a small menu. It's probably not the very ideal way to control the drone, but like a control panel for now, where the user can like press or interact with this control panel to execute certain commands. So here we have different commands. So moving forward, moving left, right, spin. We can do a flip, also predefined command that is could be executed on the tello. And now also here, this is our script we got from. I mean, this is not the very same script we got from ChatGPT, but I had to adjust and tweak the the script a little bit. So here we are defining our UDP client at the beginning, and we are creating below, I think, like at the beginning, if we want to connect or send and receive commands to the Tello, we need to connect first with SDK mode. So we have here an instantiate SDK method, and then we created here the send to drone method, which takes the messages or the commands as a string, and first we encode them, and then we pass we encode them and we send them to the Tello, and I'm always debugging basically which messages I sent, and seeing and getting feedback then from the Tello is made or is done by the start listening method, which, as we mentioned before, so we look always on a certain port, and we have the IP address of the Tello, and we try to continuously see if we are receiving any feedback from the Tello. And I created another class, a drone handler, which contains then where we are assigning then the different parameters. We brought like the different commands that we have on the documentation into proper methods, so I can always call them anytime we want. So in this case, we can ask Tello to give us feedback on the battery. We can take off basically and go to the fly to the right. So I tried to bring these like a bit in a structured way, and then I can call these later on from my interface in Unity. So here, for example, our forward button, it is like here on the right side is the inspector in Unity, and I can always drag and drop the object I want to have. So the predefined buttons of MRTK already contains, or they can react on users' clicks. So here I assigned this already, and then I can assign the different scripts and methods I want to call here, for example. Yeah, so this is pretty much it. So usually when we have a live demo on a stage, we just wear the HoloLens and fly the drone together. But I also prepared like a small video that we can have a look on. Just a second. Yeah. So one of the challenges one friend of mine gave to me was going. I should go to Alexanderplatz in Berlin, one of the coolest sites in Berlin, and try flying the drone in there. And I love challenges. I accepted the challenge, went here with my HoloLens to Alexanderplatz, and we throw a demo with Tello. So let's have a look. So now you can see the first-person view of the HoloLens. Here I found a really cool guy on the left who is supporting me to film the third-person view from what we have. And here we see our interface. So first we connect with the Tello, so we instantiate the connection with the SDK. We can also open up the video. There's another story, but here we go. The Tello is flying, does a flip. I admit probably it's not the best UX UI until now, but it's like an idea or a possibility what could be done. And also one of the additional topics we thought of is having a cube that you can interact with, and then accordingly the drone moves, as the cube moves. So that's a quick glimpse into how we can jump into the metaverse with that topic. So thank you very much for your time and for tuning in. This is my LinkedIn profile. I would love to stay connected with you, and keep in mind you are an amazing rock star. You don't need to have big dev skills to get started with. So yeah, let's go the drone together in mixed reality. And before I say goodbye, make sure to check out some cool resources we are providing to get you started with coding, like in C#, in .NET. And yeah, join us from 14th until the 16th of November for the .NET conference. Thank you very much, and let's stay connected. Cheers.
All right, well, there you have it. This is actually the end of our event, unfortunately. We have no more sessions.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching .NET Student Zone 2023. It has been an amazing experience for everyone involved. And I hope that you liked everything that we showed here. But don't worry, your learning doesn't end here.
Yeah, and just to review what we saw today, we saw a ton of stuff. There were 4 tracks, a total of, 7 sessions. We saw some AI, we saw some web development, front end, back end, mobile development, gaming. Pablo, what do you think?
I think that's amazing.
Learned?
Oh, I loved it, because now we're going to have everything that you need to go forward with your learning. So, and now you have a little bit of depth that .NET actually can do everything. .NET can do it. And you can see that not only can kickstart your career of artificial intelligence, web development, mobile, or games. So that's, I believe, this is the true power of .NET. .NET is a full-fledged framework that you can build and construct everything that you dream of.
Exactly. And we hope you walk away today with a couple of cool projects in your back pocket that you can go home, build yourself, show off, and continue learning with .NET. And we actually have a couple of resources that you've probably seen throughout the event, but we just want to leave you with them so that you remember.
Exactly. So remember that you can check out our repo at aka.ms/netconf23/student repo. You can as well go to the foundational C# certification. Access aka.ms/C# certification. If you want to learn about .NET, check out our .NET beginner videos or watch .NET Conf. Katie, what do you think about .NET Conf? It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. I'm super excited. It's going to be 3 days full of awesome stuff. Head to that link right there and you can look at all of the sessions. So for example, if today you're like, hey, Blazor's super awesome, I want to learn more, you can go to our awesome Blazor sessions and pick and choose, or you can just watch the whole thing if you're super excited about .NET.
Exactly. So this is the world of .NET. We are just helping you to begin, see all the resources that we have, and see what Microsoft has to announce on .NET Conf. Tomorrow and the next 3 days, you have tons of content. Should you start your career, start a startup, or anything you need, we are here to help you. So I want to thank the .NET team for this amazing thing as well that we built.
Yeah, and thank you all so much for tuning in. I know the people watching are from all over the world, so whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, thank you so much, and we hope you learned a lot.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye.